It's hard to imagine, but 80 years ago, an event changed the world, right? I think about that a lot. I'd like to call the meeting to order, and Commissioner Arbera.
Here. Commissioner
Richardson. Here. And Commissioner Goss are also here. If you'd stand and join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 3, public hearings. Entertain a motion to open the public hearing for the Powell Land Use Change Application LUC-08-21. Can I just open up the public hearing first? Powell Land Use Change Application LUC-08-21. Would anybody like to comment on that hearing? How about anybody online? Would anybody like to comment on the Powell Land Use Change Application LUC-08-21? Commissioners, I entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
I move that we close the Powell Land Use public hearing.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. I'd like to open up the Harley Acres subdivision preliminary plat application SD-8-21. Is anybody in the room? Would they like to speak to the Harley Acres subdivision preliminary plat application SD-08-21? How about anybody online? Would anybody online like to speak? One more time in the room. Anybody like to speak? How about online? Commissioners, I entertain a motion to close that public hearing, please.
I move that we close the public hearing on the Harley Acres subdivision preliminary plat application.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. I'd like to open up the public hearing for the Rock Creek Wind Energy Project application WCS-02-21. Would anybody like to speak about the Rock Creek Wind Energy Project here in the room? Okay, how about online? Would anybody like to speak online? Anne, would you like to speak?
Yes.
Please come on up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This seems to be my new normal, seeing all of you periodically. So I'm here today because I would like to voice concern about cumulative impacts to wildlife in the Laramie Valley. And I don't know if when I make public comment during my 3-minute time that I'm allowed to ask each of you, since I know each of you on a personal level, why you decided to stay in the Laramie Valley. Pete, I know that my daughter, you know, works for you at the downtown clinic, or has in the past. Sue, I know you were my Spanish TA. So you have been here a very long time. And Heber, I know that we've raised kids together in the Laramie Valley. So am I allowed to ask you questions directly during my 2-minute time?
Sure, sure.
So who would like to volunteer first why they stayed in the Laramie Valley?
I'll go first for lots of reasons. Many of them focus around the amenities as far as outdoor recreation. I was an avid rock climber, avid skier, runner and all, and this has been very conducive to all those activities. At the time that we had decided to start a family, we knew that there would be do that. We had moved away after I taught here at TA, and I did get a permanent position a year later, and we decided to move back. And I've not regretted it for all the things that are there, including wildlife and all, but mostly the style of living here was very conducive to what we wanted as far as our activities, the general intelligentsia of the community with the university and other post-secondary institutions and all, and just the caliber of people who live here that are engaged in every way to help other community members less fortunate, and also in volunteering aspects, and also just a good place.
Kirsten, would you like to add something?
Sure. Well, I grew up here, and I've lived enough other places for enough years to know that this is better than most. And this is where people are who I love. I think that Wyoming people have sort of a unique disposition, and I have it. But sometimes when I'm somewhere else, I miss it. I miss the, I don't know. I don't think it's something tangible that you can really describe. When you drive across the border and you see the welcome to Wyoming sign when you're coming back from somewhere, it feels like you're home even before you get home. Wouldn't matter if I was in Utah or Lusk or something. There's some driving past the Wyoming sign where everything gets a little better for me in my heart. So I don't know how tangible that is, and I don't mean to be super sentimental or syrupy. It's just kind of how I'm wired. And, yeah, I've lived enough other places for enough time to know that this is better than most, and I like it here.
Yeah, I would echo both of those comments. In addition, I work at a facility that is run by volunteers, both medical professionals, soon to be medical professional. And there are very few of those around Wyoming. I am a native of Wyoming, and I find the kindness and generosity of the people here to be incredibly impressive. And then the access to the outdoors. I am a big outdoor fan, and do bike, hike, ski, fish, whatever, like most Wyoming people do. And so I have the best of both worlds, a really kind populace, a generous populace, and then also an outdoor access. So.
Well, like you all, the reason that I'm here is that in the past year, it's been overwhelming. The Conservancy's raised $125,000 focused on preservation, protection, and history of Albany County. People are really focused on the wildlife and the outdoor recreation and the stories of this area, what makes it tick. And they feel passionate about it. So when I read in the Boomerang quotes like, won't be as contentious a process, it will. It's just people are really worn down to a nub after attending every planning meeting, every commissioner meeting they could sneak out of the office to get to. I ran up the street today because, as you know, I'm a portrait photographer. So 2 weeks before Christmas is insane for me, but I have a moral obligation to the people that share the same concerns that the Conservancy shares. So I really encourage you to think of the bigger picture. Now, I totally respect private property rights and people's choices. I draw a parallel to when I'm at a bridal expo. No bride wants to talk to all photographers. What kind of expo would that be? Wyoming doesn't need an economy that has no diversification. Diversity to Laramie has made Laramie thrive. We aren't the Pinedale anticline. We're not Gillette, but we are now an industrialized zone, and it's picking up its pace because we're available. And that's why those citizens reached out to you, is because we're set and poised for that. And honestly, now at 4 wind projects and the 5th in the permitting process, that's where the future's headed, is all industrialized development in Albany County. And that's the concern. People are genuinely concerned. They're worried about the things that you hold dear to your hearts. And I don't feel that a meet and greet, at altitudes, or that somebody with a brand new shiny penny promising the world to us is any different than it was back in the days of oil and gas, I ask you, yes, I know you have to be realistic. This is your everyday business here these days, right? And it has been long before I've been in this conversation. But, you know, when you look at the Jonah Field, there are endowments in place for historical mitigation. People can write grants and receive money and do things to preserve the Wyoming legacy. What are you setting up for Albany County when you're blindsided and it's simply checking off a box and looking at your regulations? I want you to get ahead of I want the horse to be ahead of the cart, not the other way around. You're in control of your backyard, no matter who is knocking at the door. You're the ones in charge. You're the ones that we've entrusted. We put our trust in you. And a lot of people have tried to talk to you on a private level and in a public level. They've opened up their homes. They've walked around with you. So I encourage you, if you need to slow the pace, then you slow the pace. But I know in homework, good enough isn't good enough. You either get an A because you did it right, or you get an F because you failed. It isn't about just checking off boxes. Thank you for your time.
Anybody else online like to comment on the Rock Creek Wind Energy Project application WCS-02-21?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Corey, go ahead. The floor is yours, please.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members of the board. My name is Corey Lewis. I am the attorney for the Wheatland Irrigation District. I was planning to actually be there in person today. I had something to take care of, so I do thank you very much for allowing me to express the district's support for this project remotely. As you all likely know, the Wheatland Irrigation District owns the Ringsby Ranch, which is on the west side of Albany County, which is within the project boundary. The district provides irrigation water to over 850 farmers and landowners near the town of Wheatland. The district is pleased that the Ringsby Ranch is in this project, and it is very pleased to learn about the project and that the project will create an influx of economic activity through construction and permanent jobs in the county, benefiting Albany County and of course, Wyoming as a whole. Just to point to something else based on the last comments, the district has also prioritized allowing public fishing on its ranch. As you all know, Diamond Lake is on the district's ranch, and we've gone above and beyond to make sure that there's water in that reservoir, in that lake, so that the public can access it for fishing. So the district, it's doing its best to provide for the public and cares about the wildlife and the fisheries in the state. Besides the Rock Creek project's direct fiscal impact in Albany County, a producing wind farm on the Ringsby Ranch will be a game changer for the Wheatland community and the overall economy in Platte County. The income from the Ringsby Ranch helps offset the district's expenses, which lowers the tax assessment to the farmers and the landowners within the district. With that, on behalf of the Wheatland Irrigation District, I want to thank you again for giving me an opportunity to comment today. And I cannot overstate the major impact the wind farm will have on the Wheatland community and Platte County as a whole.
Thank you, Corey. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anybody in the room like to speak? Yes, sir, please.
My name is Kevin Kilty. I was a retired engineering professor at the University of Wyoming. I live at 3218 Reynolds Street. I've gone back to teach senior design for one more year at the request of the university because the faculty is being hollowed out there. But I would like to make a few comments about this Rock Creek application. First, I'll just talk about noise assessments once again. I recognize that this is a far more rural area than Rail Tie, and that noise assessments were somewhat contentious at Rail Tie. But that doesn't mean that noise assessments don't mean anything here. I guess it's possible that you're only required to consider noise assessments with regard to property lines and residences, but noise has an impact on everything, including wildlife. The problems with the noise assessment in this application that I see are the same as those that I commented on at Rail Tie, but they've been exacerbated by two other things. One is there's absolutely no allowance for engineering margins in their noise assessments. And they have brought in ground factors, which now introduce a new unknown that the standard that they're using, ISO 9613-2, isn't really qualified to address in that territory. Let me just make one comment there. 9613-2 was meant at the ground factors calculation, and it was meant to apply to flat ground, either horizontal or gently sloping. I don't think you can consider that ground out there to meet that characteristic in general. One of the things that that noise might impact in this assessment would be wildlife. I'll come back to that in a minute. But the constant use of a standard to calculate noises that is old doesn't really apply to noise sources as tall as these, is meant to apply not to daytime noise, but nighttime noise under a small temperature inversion. And in Wyoming, occasionally we get really strong temperature inversions, and the propagation characteristics under those conditions are really different than anything ISO 96-13 contemplates. Let me go back to noise, because my mentioning it in the context of wildlife takes me to what I've read from the Game and Fish Department in the application. And I think the summary that came from the Planning Commission really soft pedaled this. The Game and Fish talked about the fact that we know, well, let's just start with their first objection. The site assessment was made on ground that is no longer pertinent to the application. I think that's a major problem. It may adequately address what kind of wildlife are in the site, but they don't address specifically how the wildlife uses the site. Now, one thing that they mention in there is that 30% of the site is critical winter range for pronghorn, 15% is critical winter range for mule deer. They made the disturbing statement that we have no scientific basis for determining how wind energy development impacts big game animals. There are studies going on at the present time, but they're not going to be finished for years, maybe another 2 or 3 years. And with respect to this site, unless pre-monitoring studies have already started, it's a little late to begin them. My reading of the application is they want to have this project finished in year 2023. Well, we're coming up on year 2022, for short. At any rate, I think those are really important concerns. There are a couple of others that are maybe a little more obscure, but every one of these applications talks about the social and economic impacts to the county, and every one of them analyzes these projects in isolation. But now we appear to be having several projects going on at one time. Who's responsible for analyzing that? I don't think it's the applicant, but someone needs to take that into account. And the final point I'd like to get to today is, I don't see anything in the process here that will ever limit the number of wind farms in the area until they finally get to the point where they're so dense they interfere with one another and no one wants to build it any longer. Just this year, since I really became alerted to this issue, we have approved rail tie, and we appear to be moving rapidly toward the approval of this. The amount of ground directly impacted by these projects is over 73,000 acres. That is 115 or 118 square miles. That is 6 times the size of Laramie proper. And I think it's really incumbent upon somebody. This is just adding to what Ann said earlier. It's incumbent upon someone to really ponder whether we can chew up ground in this area that quickly. Maybe some of these things need to be thought through a little more deliberately. I worry that, like the tail of the lily pond that's being covered with lily pads at 2 times the rate per day, we're going to find ourselves with a Laramie Valley full of wind turbines that impact our view of the Medicine Bow and even the Laramie Range and parts south, the Colorado Mountains and so forth, without realizing what's going on. It just seems to me that this is happening rather quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilby. Anybody online want to comment? of the Rock Creek Wind Energy Project application, WCS-02-21. How about anybody in the room? Commissioners, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing, please.
I move that we close the public hearing for the Rock Creek Wind Energy Project.
Second. Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing that, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 4, comments from the public. Is there anybody who would like to make a comment from the public? Yes, Christina, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As we approach the Christmas gathering on December 16th, I've received several nominations for Employee of the Year. I think I have 5 or 6 total. In the past, those have been presented to the commission, and the commission has voted on an Employee of the Year. As you know, you and I spoke this morning about how we wanted to handle that, and you proposed me sending those out to all the elected officials and department heads for review and for a vote. And so I thought that was a great idea, and I'd like to get permission from the board to send those out and ask for a vote. I'll need them back within a couple of days, but I can get the award ordered, and it'll be here on time for the party. So if you guys are amenable to that, I'd like to move forward and do that.
Thank you, Christina. Any concerns, commissioners? I guess if we would cast the tie vote, if it comes to a tie, I guess we'll do that.
Perfect. I'll get that sent out then after the meeting, and then give them a day or two to vote.
Yeah, and I'm just going to lean on the electeds and the program heads in the room. Do you want those to be, do you care if they're your name is associated with the vote, or would you rather them be anonymous voting?
Doesn't matter.
Okay, cool. All right, thanks. Thanks, Christina. Any other public comments? Yes, sir, please.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Scott Davis, 10 Cinnamon Bear Road. I think Hubert's over there smiling. He probably knows why I care. It's been a couple of years since I came before the commission, and last fall was busy and never made it in, and back at it again. And this is about Dry Park Road, County Road 47A, Paintbrush Road, Forest Service Road 517. It has 4 names for a particular road up by where I live. And we've been working with this for about 5 years now, since the landowner closed a public road. And I was just kind of wondering where that was at. And the reason I'm back again is this summer in August, we had a lightning strike fire up next to Forest Service Road 517A, just above our property in the forest boundary up there. And the Forest Service engine showed up in my yard wondering how to get to the fire, because the neighbor had the gate across the public road locked. And I took them up through my property, got them to the fire, came back, called the neighbor, they unlocked the gate. Next Forest Service engine in, got to the Forest Service gate, lo and behold, it had a private lock on it rather than a Forest Service lock on it. So they still had to cut locks and break through great gates to get to that fire, to open it up for access to fire vehicles to come in that particular way, you know, the shortest route into the fire. So I kind of wanted to bring this back up again before the commissioners and maybe have an update, maybe be told I'm beating my head against a brick wall, go away, we never want to talk to you again, whatever you guys decide on that. Going back just a little ways, Ms. Ibarra, you weren't here as a commissioner when we brought this up before. Starting out in 1891, we do have a survey done by county surveys of the road through that area that became Highway 130, Highway 11, and Dry Park Road at that point in time. So it goes back to the 1800s when that road was established. And as we've gone through things, I believe it was October of 2019, Mr. Gosar, you made a motion to authorize the county attorney to file for a quiet title. Never heard anything on that. Last I talked to the previous county attorney, she was having an intern start looking into some of the aspects of what was going on with the road and what the commission could do to possibly open up that road again. Never heard anything more on any of that. what happened with any of that, that she had started working down through that. And then also, I'd just like to quickly remind you about state statute 24-1-101, subsection C. And if I may read this real quick, only that portion of the state highways actually used, traveled, or fenced, which has been used by the general public for a period of 10 years or longer, either prior to or subsequent to the enactment thereof, shall be presumed to be a public highway lawfully established as such by official authority and unavailability of records to so show such to have been lawfully established shall not be reviewed this presumption. After 10 years of public use, and since 1891, my math says that's a little bit over 10 years that it was used as a public road. I've lived there since the 60s. It was always used as a public road. Access to that portion of the forest, fairly high use public area around the Lake Olin area. And as I've stated, just this fire this summer, medical emergencies in the area, delays response into that area. And also it was a public road built with taxpayer dollars. And since I can find at least 3 surveys that have been done under taxpayer dollars, and I know that over the years living there, the county and the Forest Service has maintained that road, again, using taxpayer dollars on that public road. And I see no reason in the world that it should be closed. And I'm here to answer any questions, or you can tell me to go away, whatever.
Well, I don't know that I'm prepared to do any of those. I'm just unprepared to talk about it authoritatively, Scott. And so I hazard to be talking ignorantly of roads and private property and all that stuff. And so we'll follow up. I will follow up. Got it marked on my book, and I'll get something to you as soon as I know something.
Yeah, and like I say, more than happy to meet with anybody at any time. I'm retired and fairly free, less fires going on this year. We're just not quitting, but we've got a little snow on the ground now. So yeah. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Davis, I have a question for
Sure.
you. Was there a petition filed? Did you receive signatures and file a petition?
Yes, I believe it was about 5 years ago. We did file a petition with the commissioners, and they accepted it, of neighbors, taxpayers, county residents that wanted the road. That should be on file in the clerk's office.
And that was about 5 years ago, so it was a totally different commission at that time. Even Commissioner Gosar.
Pretty much, I can't even remember if
I was here.
Hebert was here at that point in time, and I think you actually made the motion to accept the petition.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Any other public comments here in the room? How about online? Any public comments online? Commissioners, I entertain a motion to close the public comment.
I move that we close the public comment period.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 5, disclosures. Commissioner Rivera, any disclosures?
I have none.
Commissioner Richardson, disclosures.
I have none.
And I have none also. Item 6, considerations of changes on the agenda. Jennifer, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Gosar and Commissioners. I would like to request that we remove items 12 and 13. I tried to connect in, and we're waiting to hear back from the railroad about some of those changes that we have, and we don't have those yet. So we'd like to remove both 12 and 13 from this agenda, and we'll push them to the next.
Okay, thank you. Jackie, any changes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I believe the county sheriff is on Zoom, but he would like to remove item number 11 from today's agenda, please, for your consideration.
All right. Any other changes to the agenda? Anybody wants to get rid of 8 through 30, we'll just go home. So, all right. Any other changes? Okay, thank you. Thank you, guys. Item 7, approval of the consent agenda. Can I entertain a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Just a typo. There's a T that's required on in the minutes, item 25. The second word. Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 8. Present for approval, First Amendment to the construction contract between the Board of Commissioners of the County of Albany, Wyoming and DT Services Corp. For fencing and screening of the courthouse north entry mechanical yard to repair a damaged sprinkler line in the amount of $350. Jake or Jennifer, who would like to talk? Jake, I see you unmuted.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope you can hear me.
Gotcha, loud and clear.
All right. Thank you. This is for a for the north fence project area. As they were digging, they hit a sprinkler line and they had to repair it, and it was not part of the scope of the original contract. So it's just a change order to address the out of scope item.
Thank you, Jake. Commissioners, any questions? I entertain a motion for item 8, please.
I move that we approve item 8 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Item 9, discuss funding from the commissioner's budget for the Albany County Christmas Party Recognition Dinner. Christina.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I have to say, this is like the 4th time I've come in front of the commission this year to ask for money. It's never happened before, so I hope that means something. In years past, the holiday meal has always been donated by businesses throughout the town, or myself, Jackie, Kayla, Amanda, Tracy have all cooked and prepared the dinner before. And with COVID, there wasn't a lot of donations for the meal. And the employee recognition budget that I have currently, majority of the funds that come out of that paid for the years of service awards and the money that goes out for those employees. And I've never had to ask for additional money to pay for the meal because it's always been donated. This year's a little bit different with COVID. There's not a lot of donations with businesses in town because they have struggled themselves. And so with that, I would like to ask the meal to come out of the commissioner's budget. We found a business in town, Perkins, who quoted us one of the cheaper prices at $10 per person. We're expecting about 100 people, so I'm expecting the bill to be around $1,000 or a little more. And if you guys are amenable to that next year, I will ask for that money in my budget, because as COVID continues and if businesses, don't have the business, we'll need the money for the meal. So.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yes, will we be having pancakes, waffles, and omelets?
No, they're actually serving steak, red potatoes, and green beans.
Commissioners, I entertain a motion for item 9.
I move that we approve item 9 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you, Christina. Item 10, present for approval, proof of concept for the Albany County Branding Refresh Project. Adam.
Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for the time today. Provided in your packet were the proof of concepts for the new Albany County branding, of which went through the department head, elected officials. The process proofs were generated, voted against, and kind of defined down. This is what essentially the entire group has come forward with to present for you. You have a black and white concept for that monographic kind of layout. You also, so you understand how it'll lay in a black and white letterhead, so on and so forth, as we don't always print everything in color. The standard non-department logo, and then a short and a long department logo, as well as a quote from the design head for the remainder of essentially the rest of the creation of the department logos.
Thank you, Adam. Commissioners, any questions? I'd entertain a motion for item 10, please.
I move that we approve item 10 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thanks, Adam, for doing this. Thanks for the initiative.
There is one question relating to that. Is there any timeline directive you would like to put out towards us as the county, the department heads, so on and so forth, trying to establish a conversion to the new branding?
Tomorrow?
Yeah, I wish.
No, whenever you guys can get it done and move it.
I appreciate the consideration.
Seemed like maybe if you could do it by the beginning of the year, we'd be able to start off with that, but it doesn't have to. I know these things take time.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So 12 and 13 are gone. Moving down to item 14, present for approval, utility license for visionary broadband on Albany County Highway number 210, Soldier Springs Road. Rob, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. This is for overhead line pretty close to the junction of Skyline and Soldier Springs. They will be using poles that are already there existing. So basically it's just to put a line over the road. It's visionary,
Commissioners, any questions? I have one question. Do they contract with Rocky Mountain Power? I suspect Rocky Mountain Power.
I would, and that would probably be an answer. Maybe Adam would be able to answer. But I'm assuming that they would have to contract to use the poles.
Okay, just interested. Any other questions? I entertain a motion for item 14, please.
I move that we approve the utility license for visionary broadband on Soldier Springs Road.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you, Rob. Item 15, present for approval, revised contract between the City of Laramie Board of Commissioners, Casper Aquifer Protection Plan. Excuse me. Let me try that again. Revised contract between the City of Laramie Board of Commissioners of the County of Albany, Wyoming, and Stantec Consulting Services for updating the Casper Aquifer Protection Plan, and authorize the chairperson to sign and rescind the original contract signed by the chairperson on October 19th, 2021. David and/or Jennifer. Thank you, Jennifer.
You're welcome. Commissioners, in October, you signed the original Stantec agreement and the county approved it as well on the same date. And then we sent it to Stantec and they had a couple issues that they wanted to change within the indemnification section. So we deleted a word and added a sentence. So now we're asking for you to approve and sign this new contract. The city will be doing the same and also rescind the old one that was previously signed.
Commissioners, any questions? Entertain a motion for item 15.
I move that we approve item 15 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Jennifer. Item 16, present for consideration the Powell Land Use Change Application, LUC-08-21. Joe, good morning. The floor is yours.
Morning. All right, so the applicant is Tammy Powell. It's located about 18 miles from Laramie down to 230. The request is to change zoning from agricultural to rural residential. Access will be from Highway 230. There were some reviews. County Assessor Grant Shoker had no concerns. Jake Schneider, County Engineer, had no concerns. Luke Hawkins, Albany County Fire District #1, had no concerns. And Wyoming Game and Fish, Amanda Loesch, recommended minimizing the construction of new fencing, but if fencing is constructed, should be built using wildlife-friendly specifications. She also had comments on the Wyoming toad. Those full comments can be seen in the review section. Findings necessary for approval. The applicant has provided the required site plans and their survey, and the applicant has addressed all potential impacts. Findings necessary for approval as listed in this report are incorporated here in as findings of fact. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with the requirements of the Albany County zoning resolution. The staff analysis was that the applicant has provided a complete application and has addressed the potential impacts this use may cause. This property is zoned agricultural. The applicant wants to subdivide their property into 20, a little bit larger than 5-acre parcels, which will require approval of this land use change. and a subdivision application. The applicant will need to follow the Albany County wastewater regulations for new septic systems and turn in zoning certificate applications for all new buildings on the lots. The planning and zoning recommendation, it was voted 3-2 to approve the Powell land use change application based upon incorporating the findings of fact, which is law stated in the staff report. Commissioner Hinckley voted against the motion because he feels that it fails to meet the regulations, most specifically the public services and road network. Commissioner Hanning voted against the motion because she would like more information regarding water and would have preferred to table the application.
Commissioners, any questions?
So the recommendation is for clarity, it's because it satisfies the requirements in our regulations.
Correct.
And Commissioners, Tammy Powell is on the line if you have any questions for her.
Okay. Joe, I do have a question. When this was before the reviewing agency, it was originally proposed to be a different.
The original one was small lot. This is rural.
Right. So was that sent out again once the original small lot was changed to rural residential to the agencies? I see David shaking his head. I'm hoping that's the case.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
We treated it as a new application.
You treated it as a new application. Okay. And then is it in you guys' idea that you can make zoning changes conditional? For instance, I think there is some stuff from the Wyoming Game and Fish with regard to the toad and also with the wildlife fencing, or is that something that you handle in a subdivision application?
I'll let Jennifer speak, but I believe that would be applied to the subdivision.
I would apply it within the subdivision regulations.
Okay.
Because that's when they would actually subdivide it into smaller parcels. The proposal to subdivide it into the smaller parcels and any proposed fencing.
Okay, super. Those are my two questions.
And that is in the motion. So okay. For the subdivision.
All right, any questions? I'd entertain a motion for item 16 then.
I move that we approve item 16 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
And I meant to incorporate the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Second agree.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all. Oh, excuse me. Tammy, please, I see your hands up. Go ahead, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So I just wanted to tell you why I withdrew the first application. It was a misunderstanding that I had from the surveyor. I've never wanted to do small tracts. I've always wanted this to be a nice rural residential subdivision. And so I was under the impression that you could use the acreage in the streets to be included in the lot. And I was mistaken. So once I found that out, I withdrew, and that's why there's a second application for the 5+ acres. And I just wanted to let you guys know how that had come about.
Examine. Commissioners, any questions?
Mr. Chairman, she just answered my question. That was the only one I had, is why it went from being small lot residential to rural residential. There you have it. So yeah.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing, seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 17, Joey, you are still with us. For consideration, the Harley Acres preliminary plat application, SD-08-21.
All right, so the applicant was Tammy Powell, owner Harley Acres LLC. Same location as the last application. Request is to approve the preliminary plat. There were some reviews. Planning office, Jory Unverzat, addressing coordinator, had comments regarding the road names. Those issues have been taken care of. Full comments can be seen in the review section. Assessor Grant Shoemaker had no comments. Senior GIS analyst Karen Bowman had comments regarding the road names. Once again, those have been taken care of. Engineer Jake Schneider had some comments regarding the preliminary plat, design report, and preliminary construction drawings. Those issues have been taken care of. The full comments can be seen in the review section, and he has no concerns after reviewing the 20 lot subdivision. YDOT, Ryan Shields had comments regarding work within the YDOT right-of-way, left turn lanes, and new accesses. The full comments can be seen in the review section. And Wyoming Game and Fish, Amanda Loesch, recommends minimizing the construction of new fencing, but if it's constructed, should be built using wildlife-friendly specifications. She also had comments on the Wyoming toad. Those full comments can be seen in the review section. Summary of subdivision permit requirements. A water district will be created on the acceptance of the final plat application, and water will be provided by the city of Laramie. Sewer, septic will be provided by individual systems. Small wastewater treatment facilities will need to be applied for through the Albany County Planning Office. A storm drainage report was complete for this proposal and reviewed by Jake Schneider, County Engineer. Carbon Power and Light provides power to the area. Postal service is existing in the area, and the post office will provide service to all new lots. 3 new roads, Fisher Ditch Drive, Sagebrush Drive, and Never Summer Lane are proposed. The applicant will need to draft a covenant for the road maintenance plan at the time of the final plat. The road maintenance plan, once again, with the final plat. Financial assurance will be needed at the time of the final plat, and fire protection will be provided by Albany County. Notice was provided in accordance with Albany County Platting and Subdivision Regulations, Chapter 4, Section 9. There were some variants asked for. Variances may be granted per Chapter 1, Section B of the Albany County Platting and Subdivision Regulations. Complete variance requests are in the review section. The applicant's requesting a variance request from the Albany County Subdivision Regulations on road profile grades at less than 0.5% in slope. The applicant proposes to follow the existing general grade of 0.3% slope. Jake Schneider, County Engineer, advised approval of the variance request, and the applicant is requesting a variance from the Albany County Subdivision Regulations on cul-de-sacs greater than 600 feet. Cul-de-sacs greater than 600 feet are permitted if the adjoining lots are 1 acre or larger, and by special permission from the Planning and Zoning Commission. Findings of fact, the information provided in the staff report shall be incorporated as findings of fact. Conclusions of law, the applicant is proceeding in accordance with the requirements of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. Our staff analysis that this subdivision is being proposed in an area that has previously been developed into a residential community. The preliminary plat complies with the standards of the Albany County Planning and Subdivision Regulations. This property is zoned agricultural, now rural residential. The lots will be accessed from Highway 230. All WDEQ reports will need to be turned in with the final plat application. Financial assurance, covenants, and the road plans will also need to be finalized with the final plat application. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation was voted 4-1 to recommend approval of the preliminary plat for the Harlea Acres subdivision preliminary plat application, SD 0821, accepting the variance request on the slope and cul-de-sacs, and requiring wildlife-friendly fencing based upon and incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law as stated in the staff report. Commissioner Hanning voted against the motion because she is waiting on details of the zoning change.
Thank you, commissioners. Any questions? Commissioner Barrett.
Joe, do you know, was the school district approached about possible impacts to the population of the school out there? Potential maybe 20 new young families?
Right, we did not approach them. So we did not.
Tammy, go ahead. It looks like your hand's up, please. Or did it just not come down? Okay.
Or maybe she
Sorry about that. My mouse wouldn't work. So Ms. Ibarra, to answer your question, I did contact the Albany County School District to find out. You know, I went to Harmony as a young girl, and so I obviously am concerned that if this goes through, if they can handle the additional children out there. And what I was told is that if they were opposed to the subdivision, they would have voiced the opposition in the notice period because they got a certified letter of the proposed land use change and the subdivision, but they don't go out and outwardly support subdivisions. So the fact that they did not oppose it means that they know that it's there and they're not opposed to it. So just wanted to let you know that.
And can you tell me who you spoke to?
Can you hear me? I spoke to Jason Tangeman.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Oh, I would just comment that a developer's interaction with the school district is something that happens outside this process. It's interesting, but it's not part of our consideration of the approval of the subdivision. From a legally speaking, it wouldn't be a reason to approve it or not. It's not part of our rubric.
Joe, I've got a couple of questions, and maybe you could clear these up for me. So I saw two different perspectives from YDOT, not in opposition, but they're two different people. So one said an access lane was not required, and another one said, well, if the developer wanted to purchase the access lane, they'd be all in favor of that. Which one are we dealing with? And those were both in the packet.
Yeah, both of them, they both responded. So, and Tammy has said that she would be willing to buy an access lane as well, but they are not requiring it. So,
yeah. And so there were some concerns from the people that live out there about the traffic. And so it was difficult to try to wade in, to figure out what YDOT's discussion was actually. So also moving to game and fish, we handled in the planning and zoning had that conditional for the subdivision of wildlife friendly fencing. Did we not consider the Wyoming toad and the aquatic stuff there, or is the subdivision such that it doesn't impact the terrestrial riparian habitat that was talked about in the Wyoming game and fish?
That's something I don't know if it will affect it or not. I'm not on Wyoming game and fish, but it didn't really come up at planning and zoning. So
yeah, you guys don't have to be on Wyoming game and fish to do that. You know, you just have to see that their comments are addressed.
Right.
Tammy, I see your hands are up, please.
Pete, just so you know, I don't know if you know where this property is, but it's just next east to Harmony School, and there it is dirt and gophers. It grows grass for about 3 weeks on a good year, so there certainly isn't any aquatic thing out there, and I don't think that the toad would be there. You know, I live just east of where Mortenson Lake is here, and I'm real aware of the toad. But just to tell you a little bit about the topography, certainly if they bring it up, I'll address it. I mean, but I don't think that this, I mean, it's just dirt. It's just dirt and a little bit of grass on a good year.
Okay, thanks, Tammy. You know, it's just a bit confusing as you're going through this. And then the city of Laramie seems like they wrote a letter that talks about their process of getting city of Laramie water. Have they approved water, or does it just say we're gonna have a process that you have to go through? How does this work with regard to us?
They have not approved it. I know it's a process that Tammy would have to go through in order to get that approved for the final plat. If it's not approved, I will say that right now she's trying to go above and beyond what normal rural residential zoning is. Typically, rural residential has their own wells and their own septic. So
Tammy, did you still want to talk about that?
Sure. So the letter that Brooks Webb wrote me, obviously the city can't give anybody a letter that says you get to tap into your line. But I bought this land in 2003, and the water treatment plant that that treats the water that comes into Laramie is 1.5 miles west of my west property line. And of course, when I did the title search, I discovered there was no easement for that. So I've been in touch with the city ever since 2003 about this water line that goes through. And when I talked to the city, they said, yes, they would allow me to use that city water because obviously that's a lot of income for them. I have to monitor it. I have to put in the pump. I mean, it's a big process for me. And Ms. Hanning on the Planning Commission wanted to know about the water district. Well, for me to form that water district, it's going to take me several $1,000s to get that legally formed, probably more than several. And then I have to put in a pump. So until I get approval of the subdivision, I'm not going I just don't want to get the cart before the horse. So the plan is if you see fit to approve the subdivision, then we will start forming the water district. And then there's a statutory process on water districts, which I'm sure you know, Pete. But that's where that's out. Where it's at. Brooks just couldn't give me a blanket letter that says, hey, you can do this, because unless I do my part, they're not going to let me tap into that water for this subdivision. So that's what's behind that letter.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yep.
And this is the last one, and this is probably something you can handle, Joe, for sure. It says the cul-de-sac needs special permission from the planning and zoning. I did not read that anywhere where they had the special permission. I did read where Jake said discussions about the slope of the roads, but then the next item is listed is the cul-de-sacs and requiring special permission. I know that was included in the staff report. Where would I go to find that in the planning and zoning commission?
It's in the subdivision.
So there is a special, somebody made a motion to give special authorization for that, or permission?
It's in the motion to approve it.
Okay. That is it. Any other questions? Commissioners, I entertain a motion for item 18, or excuse me, 17.
I move that we approve the Harley Acres preliminary plat SD 0821, incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions of law.
Second.
We moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing that all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, guys. And I'd like to tell you thank you, and please pass along my thanks to Jake. Those are the most complete reports I've seen, and it was really nice, as you could tell. I need a life, I guess. But here we go. Item 18, present for consideration the Rock Creek Wind Energy Project application, WCS-02-21. David.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we received an application, as you know, from Rock Creek Wind LLC for a wind energy project. This will consist of 114 turbines in Albany County. Maximum tower height is 581 feet. And the rotor diameter will be 492 feet. So this is going to be located on approximately 32,620 acres in Albany County. It'll be north of I-80 or Interstate 80 and south of Highway 13 along the western border of the county where it abuts Carbon County. The current zoning is agricultural and the current use is ranch land. Access to this property may be from Cooper Cove Road and Duck Creek Road, which are county roads. That hasn't been finalized at this point, how they're going to get that the equipment there. The surrounding property owners are all agricultural land or state and federal land. And the land next to them is all just basically ag lands being used for agricultural purposes. Not a whole lot of residences up there. Hardly any, I don't think, within very close proximity to this project. The county engineer reviewed this. Had no real comments on the application other than he asked when foundation calculations and other details will be provided, and a lot of that information is provided after this is approved and before they construct the project. The Department of Transportation, Ryan Shields, district traffic engineer, requires the following: a road use agreement for affected state routes, traffic control plan. All hauling companies must have proper experience and certificates. Any modifications to I-80 interchanges require federal highway administration approval. Ensure that WIDOT right-of-way markers are not disturbed or have a plan in place if they are. Utility licenses must be obtained from the district maintenance office. Approach modifications on any WIDOT routes required permitting through the district traffic office. Game and Fish reviewed this. Amanda Loesch, the Habitat Protection Supervisor, has requested an updated site characterization study, monitoring plan, minimization of impacts to big game and crucial winter range habitat, protections of raptors, nests, and habitat, minimize mortality, minimize noxious weeds and invasive plants, protection of aquatic habitat for sensitive species, and prevention of aquatic invasive species. So I actually had a phone call too from Game and Fish. They followed up with me and just mentioned the big things were the big game. There's a big game migration corridor, winter range there. Some of those big underpass culvert things or whatever where they pass under in that area. And then they also mentioned the protection of raptors. I think there was some raptors nests in the vicinity. So those were their big concerns when we're talking about wildlife. And then Albany County Fire District number 1, Luke Hawkins, he noted that the fire district wasn't identified as a local fire authority having jurisdiction. That's been remedied, and he's received all the information he needs for that. Albany County Road and Bridge Department, Rob Fisher, Road and Bridge Superintendent, notes that this project will have heavy impacts on a couple of county roads, and maintenance agreement is needed before construction. So they went through and they posted a notice as required. The roads that could potentially be impacted on the county side are Cooper Cove Road and Duck Creek Road. The original traffic study didn't include those roads. However, they provided an updated traffic study that did include those roads. And then, let's see. So they'll be required to provide documentation and permitting from YDOT as well as the Albany County Road and Bridge Department once they move forward with, or before they move forward with construction. They've addressed interference. They've provided an emergency response plan, decommissioning financial assurance. They have a plan for that, which is all done through industrial siting. They met the designer criteria. Light impact, the applicant has not determined the Federal Aviation Administration safety lighting that will be used at this point. They're looking into the use of aircraft detection lighting systems. Albany County requires the use of ADLS safety lighting unless they will not meet FAA standards. Reasonable efforts must be made by the applicant to gain approval of ADLS lighting from the FAA. They provided their insurance certificate, a waste management plan, decommissioning reclamation plan, and letters of consent for appropriate orders as required. So the findings necessary for approval, they have to show that they have to show that they've provided the required site plan. Proposed works project will not adversely affect public health, safety, and welfare of the community. The WEX project will not adversely affect the public interest by overburdening county services. And then address the impacts that come from these projects, economic and social impacts, air quality, water quality, general nuisances.
Oh, here I was worried about that.
Soil disturbance, wildlife impacts, and cultural impacts. So with the wildlife and the cultural impacts, our regulations actually defer to industrial siting on those issues. We require the information to come to us, but all of that is left to the state because the state has the expertise at that level through the district or through the SHPO, and which is the State Historic Preservation Office, and then also Game and Fish. So in my analysis, they've addressed everything that's required. They've provided the required reports and information that are needed for this application. And Planning and Zoning reviewed this at one of their meetings, their previous meetings. Mr. Kennedy discussed his thoughts about potential use of the area after construction by mule deer, the topic of mule deer came up, and he thought that since I think he's observed elk and other things in some of these other areas, that maybe that will happen with the mule deer. Ms. Henning discussed her concerns of the potential cumulative impacts to wildlife that may occur. She explained that not enough information was provided to address this issue. And this was a public comment that came up as the cumulative impacts on wildlife. And I think that is a concern because of all of the existing wind farms that are in that area. And so I think that needs to be looked at so that we're not creating new issues. But again, this is an issue that Industrial Siting Council will be looking at. Mr. Hinckley mentioned the impacts to landscape, but expressed his support for the application. The motion that was made was a recommendation of approval for the Rock Creek Wind Energy Project, Wind Energy Conversion System permit, adopting the findings of fact and conclusions laws listed in the staff report, and they provided some conditions. Most of the conditions at this point have been met. We require an updated setback map, which they provided. We have an updated, or one of the things they struck at planning and zoning is requiring an updated noise analysis due to the noise analysis that they did provide was for a specific type of turbine, and they mentioned that in the application. Planning and zoning struck that from this, so that wasn't something that we're recommending. An updated traffic study was provided. They provided that documentation of local emergency response agencies that they've been contacted and provided the response plan, and that's been done. Documentation of microwave transmission providers and local emergency service providers they have the note or document that they've contacted those folks, which they have done, and then they provided came from Wyoming Game and Fish, confirming their coordination of the site selection and annual monitoring. I've received that. So basically, there's two conditions that are left. That one is all other agreements and documentation provided by the Albany County zoning resolution is provided prior to the commencement of construction activity on the project site, and any other studies or reports that were not finalized with the submission of the application shall be provided. And so that was the recommendation. They voted 4 yes, and then Ms. Hanning abstained from that motion and voting on that. So that's what I got. So any questions for me? Or Chase Marston is back here, and I know there's some other folks from Wind Energy that may be able to answer questions if you have project questions.
Thanks, David. Commissioners, any questions?
And so, David, we have the most recent updates. Hasn't been anything about the ADLSs coming since you presented it.
Nothing new on the ADLS.
Commissioner Bear, anything else?
No.
Commissioner Richardson, anything?
Yeah, so remind us where we are in the process, because there's a point where we certify the application as complete.
So we've done that.
And you've done that.
This is the public hearing.
Yeah.
And so you have the option to either approve this, deny this application, make a decision, or you also have 45 days if there's things that you'd like to see or things that we need to work through before you make your decision. So that's where we're at. So we're at the public hearing with the option to make a decision.
Thanks. Anything else, Commissioner Richardson? So, David, maybe you might not be able to answer some of this stuff, but these guys here or somebody online could. I do have some thoughts about density of anything and density of wind turbines, and I know our regulations don't require it. That might be a temporary condition, and so I'd like to see if any work has been done in that regard anywhere in the country about the density as it applies to for flyways or wildlife wintering ranges or migration corridors. Is there anything that anybody knows about that's been work done with that?
I have a clarification question on that actually. When you say density of turbines, you mean density of projects or density of like within the projects, how dense we might pack the turbines?
So both. So within the project itself, and then also, as you said, projects next to each other. Has any work been done on that regard that you know of? And there might be the answer to both of those.
No, I don't have any studies on that personally.
Sure.
Are you ready for if I have a presentation, would now be an appropriate time for that? Or
sure, let's do that if you're willing to do that.
Oh, I do have a question. Is this, I understand that the irrigation district's land is within the footprint of this project, but it seems like to me, if I remember, there's the Booth Ranch is right next door to the east.
Yes.
And in my mind's eye, you know, it's hard to project the county line across the prairie, but I think that some of this must be on the Booth Ranch.
Oh yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah, we have property on Booth land, livestock, wheatland, and then Rock River Ranch, Aubrey Brokaw as well.
Gotcha.
So, and there's a map I can speak to that a little bit.
Yeah, we have all of those things. It was something that popped into my head just now.
Great.
Maybe I'm just making conversation. I don't know. Go ahead and do your thing.
Great. And so actually, when I was presenting for planning and zoning with Mr. Gertsch, I was able to share my screen. I've got a presentation here, and it's not allowing me at this point. Is there a way I can be given permission on this Zoom link to share my screen?
David?
Well, so are you signed into Zoom?
I'm in. Yes, I am Chase Marston.
Oh, you're Chase Marston. Can you make him a co-host?
Yeah, if you make him a co-host, you can do it, or there's that way where you can get on that website.
Yeah, there's no place for me to make him a co-host, I don't believe.
Okay.
Hang on.
Alternatively, I do have handouts for the presentation if that's easier for you.
I'd love to see the presentation.
For you three, but if we can figure out a way to present it to everyone, I think that would be preferable.
Well, and then it becomes
I was gonna say
a recorded part of the meeting.
Right.
So how does he click? I mean,
he goes to that. So go to share.zoom.us.
Oh, that's
what.
Thank you, guys.
You got it.
This is all part of the presentation.
Right.
Yeah, I was figuring
out our new technology.
I really wanted to use these big screens.
So meeting ID is
823
7328
8437. And then the passcode is 446516.
That's one, but maybe in this next step here. All right, right back where we started, and host is disabled to sharing. So,
can you email it to me?
Absolutely.
And then and then I'll see if I can make it work.
Do you have a button that says multiple participants can share simultaneously? So then I just selected that as yes.
Oh, okay. And then
we'll see what that does.
All right. Sorry for the confusion here.
You can share, and it says all participants, the host.
Can you click it to all participants?
Yeah. Should I be online?
I did. So multiple participants.
Yeah. So if you do the app, it gives you the sharing key if you're not on the browser.
I'm just hoping my computer can keep up. All right, so I'm back.
Okay.
Waiting. Here we go. Connecting. I exited and came back in so that we could reset this. All right. Here we go. All right.
You probably have to stay muted so that your mic doesn't feed.
Does it have me as muted? Yeah.
That's okay, because it'll pick you up on the room.
Right. I need to stop if it wants to.
No. There you go.
Here we go. So.
Look at that. Good work.
Slideshow from beginning. Look at this. All right. So there's a good start. Wonderful.
That's not a site. That looks like Texas.
That doesn't look much like Rock Creek, does it? Wonderful. So I have made a long list of questions that I would like to address both from the commission as well as from the public from before as well. But before we get into that, I do want just to run through Rock Creek Wind Project as a whole really quickly. This is probably nothing new to the three of you. It's all in the application. There are a few updates that I did want to address in this introduction as well. To begin, Rock Creek Wind is an Invenergy project. We are a company, we're based out of Colorado, our team here. My name is Chase Marston. I'm the lead developer on Rock Creek Wind. I'm joined by the Vice President of Western Development, James Williams, Greg Weiss, our lawyer, and on Zoom, we also have Amy Watcher, she's our environmental compliance lead as well. So that's our team here today. Invenergy is a international leading developer on renewable energy. We have projects that range from Scotland to Japan and all across the US. Even though we do have a very wide geographical range of projects, we do keep our focus local wherever we are developing projects. Local community impact is very important to us. Here in southeastern Wyoming, we do have a history of wind development. We had successfully developed ECHLA flats and TV flats in Carbon County for PacifiCorp and Rocky Mountain Power. We developed those and then transferred those to Rocky Mountain Power to build and operate. So we're not strangers to this area. And now with Rock Creek Wind, we do that as a natural continuation. And we hope to continue the trend set by TV flats and ECHLA flats.
Hey, that's the new bridge across the Medicine Bow River on County Road 121.
This is exactly the one.
From that hill to the west of it.
So Rock Creek Wind Project, as a quick summary, it is 2 phases technically. As a whole, it is 590 megawatts. It's split into Rock Creek 1 and Rock Creek 2. You can see the breakdown. Rock Creek 1 is a little bit smaller. Rock Creek 2 is the larger of the two of them. We split them into 2 phases, mainly because they have separate points of interconnect. So the Rock Creek 1 project will be interconnecting at Foot Creek, and the Rock Creek 2 project will be interconnecting at Aeolus substation. Between the 2 projects, we are permitting up to 129 turbines. 114 of those are here in Albany County, a few more on the state land as well. We have not settled on a turbine type yet. We are looking at a number of options from Vestas and GE. Once we have more information, both from the turbines as well as our final project layout and available sites, we will be able to determine which turbines we will use. Some key dates for our project. We are looking to start construction in 2023. That will mainly be a product of when we're able to get out there with snowmelt. And we will finish construction and hit a target operation date at the end of 2024. The location, as Mr. Gertz mentioned, is right on the border of Albany County and Carbon County, over by the towns of McFadden and Arlington, and not far from Rock River. I'm sure very familiar with the landscape here as you're driving west on Highway 80 before you get to Arlington and the Foot Creek turbines, and before you get to the Cooper Cove exit. A lot of that land to the north is the property that we'll be developing. And as you're driving along the highway there, the part that does border the highway, as you mentioned, Commissioner Richardson, is woodland livestock land. Here in Carbon County, we're looking at 32,000 acres, a little more than that. We are exclusively on private and state land for the project generation area here. A quick update on the state land as well. We have all the private land secured. State land, we are still in negotiations with the Office of State Land and Investment We anticipate that will be finalized at their board meeting in February. And so I believe at one point we had said that would be finalized in December, but we just have one last piece of the puzzle that we're trying to fit together with that there. Working very closely with them, they don't see any issues with hitting February as a timeline. We don't see any issues with that as well. And so we're going to continue as planned there. So why here in Albany and Carbon counties? To begin, there is an energy demand, and there, around the country and here in Wyoming, there is an abundance of the natural resource for that energy. There is also the available transmission capacity with Gateway South and the natural resource here. It's a perfect combination for Rock Creek Wind to both capture the wind and the transmission availability. There's also an ability to site in very rural areas, so the impact is minimal, both to the communities and to the wildlife and conflicts that we have there. Because it is so rural, we do have advantages with siting. In this project, we have within the project itself 4 landowners who are very willing to work with us, very helpful, very excited, engaged about the project. Excuse me. And through that, we're able to acquire enough land that can accommodate our larger turbines. And Chairman Gosar, to your question of density, I don't have any studies to support this, but one thing that is trending for these projects as turbines get larger is they do need more space. So you'll notice that some of the older wind farms are a little more densely packed. With the larger turbines and with the ability to get more land, we've been able to spread out the turbines more. And it's, again, I'm not sure what the studies say on that, but it's something that we do think it helps our project, we know, from a wind capacity factor. And it does allow us to spread out a little bit more. So here is a map of the area with some other wind farms, just to show some of the AATB flats and ECLA flats up there to the north. Those are the previously developed projects by Invenergy. And you can also see down where Rock Creek is proposed on the south there. You can see that it is A, a larger project in terms of megawatts, but B, we are taking a lot more acreage per turbine and able to spread out more than some of the projects in the area. As you may have guessed, the site is quite rural. These are some photos from a visit there this past spring when we were checking out some of the turbine sites. It's very open, it's very windy, and it's primarily occupied by cattle and Wheatland's irrigation district. And this map is something that I believe you guys have had a chance to look at, but I did want to touch on some of the reasons why we have our layout the way it is today. Some of the major factors are topography and natural features. It is relatively flat out there. It's not completely flat. There are certainly some hills and bluffs that we're working with. There are some water features that we are working around. There are some some engineering constraints as well. We've done some very preliminary geotech studies out there, and that helps influence where we're going to be looking at turbines. There's also existing infrastructures. We know of pipelines, power lines, irrigation ditches, et cetera, and we work around those as well. Lastly, we have a lot of data on this site, both from a biologist standpoint, but also from a wind standpoint. We've been assessing this area for over 4 years, so we have a ton of wind data, so we have a good sense of where the most efficient sites are. And we've also been able to work with our landowners closely. One note about the layout is it is subject to change. This is our layout as of today, and we have pending data collection that will be coming back this winter, and we have ongoing work with the agencies to make sure that we can take that data back, assess it, work with the agencies, and then come to a more complete layout that both we're happy with, the agencies are happy with, and it might modify slightly from this. As a whole, that's a pretty good representation of where we stand and where we will be, though. And Commissioner Richardson, you can see the county line actually right here.
Yeah.
So, and then a lot of blue land to the south there.
So it's Brokaw's in Carbon, and it's in Albany. It's mainly Booth and the Wheatland Irrigation District.
Correct, yeah, and actually Booth and Wheatland are both in both counties,
right,
as well. So these are some of the environmental surveys that we have either been working on or are completed. One thing that was mentioned in the game and fish letter in response to the county applications was the incomplete site characterization report. That has been completed. We've updated that for the entire project boundary. And I'm not sure if Mr. Kelty is listening. I know he mentioned that was one of his concerns. We had initially done that for part of the project area. We then signed more land and need a little more time to do a full site characterization report on that as well. So that came to fruition. That was finalized. So as per Game and Fish's recommendation, and something that we would do regardless, that has been completed. And I just wanted to make a note of that. Our schedule moving forward, with one of the big pieces here is the industrial siting application. We submitted that application yesterday in Cheyenne. So that process has started. As I'm sure you guys are familiar from recent applications there, we are now on about a 90-day clock until we have that hearing. The next steps after that, we do have a transmission permit that we will need to get from Carbon County because both transmission lines go through their land. So we will be doing that this spring. Wyoming Game and Fish and U.S. Fish and Wildlife consultation. This is something that is ongoing. We have been doing this since the beginning for the project, and we plan to continue coordination with both agencies through the project development. So our project from Rock Creek Wind is being developed, and we are in the process of a build transfer negotiation with PacifiCorp and Rocky Mountain Power. So the goal for this would be for us to finish the development of the project, construct it, and then transfer ownership to PacifiCorp and Rocky Mountain Power. They would operate the project. So it is somewhat similar to the Ecolo Flats and the TB Flats projects as those work. So it's different in that in this time around, we will be constructing the project, not PacifiCorp. But otherwise, it's a very similar setup. We expect the build transfer agreement to be finalized and executed in Q1 of 2022. As mentioned before, transmission lines are the main reason that our project is Rock Creek 1 and Rock Creek 2. We have two separate ones that will be taking our power to the grid. Rock Creek 1 connects to Foot Creek substation. That's a 9-mile gen tie. That's entirely in Carbon County. Rock Creek 2 will connect to Aola substation up by Medicine Bow, and that'll be approximately a 38-mile line. We are discussing with landowners right now and signing all of the land necessary for that route. And we hope to have those finalized in the near future. The benefit of both of these transmission lines is for the vast majority of both of the length of the line, they are following existing lines. So Rock Creek 1 will follow the T line from High Plains and McFadden Farm all the way to Foot Creek. And then Rock Creek 2 will follow the existing dual waffle lines all the way from our project boundary, essentially, all the way up to Aola substation. So we expect our impacts to be relatively small on that front. Local economic benefit is something that we see as a major part of Rock Creek Wind. During construction, we do anticipate 450 jobs supported. And then upon construction being completed, we do anticipate 30 to 35 full-time operation and maintenance jobs here in Albany and Carbon County. The local tax revenue, between the state and local tax, we anticipate around $165 million. And that's over the 30-year life cycle of the project. And as a whole, the project is a great opportunity to get to capture and control this new crop, which does enable the landowners to use their land for dual purpose. And that's one of the biggest benefits of wind, is that it takes up about a third of an acre for each turbine, and the landowners are able to continue business as normal. So they can continue using their land and have the benefit of the wind turbines on it. The other benefit that we see is that this project is near other wind projects. It is not in an area that is new to the visual impacts. there's no way around it. A wind turbine is going to be visible. And we think that the fact that it is in an area with existing impacts that will minimize the additional impact of the project. We have been lucky enough to engage with the community on this project. We have had multiple open houses, 2 here in Laramie, and we've got enough turnout that we were very happy with the conversations that we had. See, August and September, we were able to do those, and we want to get as much information to the public as we can. We think that it really is a great project, and a lot of the concerns tend to be from misconceptions. So the more we can talk about it, the more we can share, the more information we can get to the public, the better. So this was a way for us to really try to open up a level of transparency. Questions? Before I jump into questions, actually, there are a few other topics that I did want to just touch on from the questions that were provided. Mr. Kelty brought up noise, and this is something that we also take seriously. We had a noise study done, and or a full noise report. This was as per the county resolution. It was done and then signed off on by a Wyoming engineer. So we made sure we did that to adhere to all the standards that were there. As per the county regulations, there's a 55 decibel limit at the property boundary, and for Rock Creek Wind, it is so much open space that we do have this flexibility to set our turbines so that the maximum decibel at a property boundary for us is 48, and the loudest at a closest residence is 39 decibels. So we're staying far below any limit set by the regulations. So we're very confident in our noise study. I also wanted to speak to the ADLS question that was brought up. This is something that we are committed to as per the regulations that you guys have in Albany here. We will be when we're going through the FAA for our final locations, we will be applying to those with the intention of having ADLS lights on our towers. If they come back and say that is not an individual tower, for example, is not approved, then we will, of course, defer to them on that. We don't see any real reason for them to not approve any turbines in that area. TB flats and ECHO flats were both just went through this process, and they were approved. I know that they're waiting on the ability to flip the switch to make the ADLS operational, but that is going to happen, I believe, sometime this winter. So we are committed to that. We think ADLS is appropriate and the way to go for this project. We have 2 quotes out from competing agencies, and we're moving forward to cement those quotes. I briefly mentioned the game and fish coordination that we're doing and responding to the letters that they provided to the county. We do take their feedback very seriously. We're working with them really closely to make sure that we can minimize any wildlife impacts that we have. And this process is kicking up as well, and conversations are continuing through the industrial siting process. This is where they are able to submit a lot of their concerns, and some of the discussions come to a head when the IC is making a decision based on some of that information. And so we feel that we're in a very good place with our communication with game and fish for that. Something else that was mentioned by Mr. Kelty. So we provided our socioeconomic study to the county prior to the application review. In that study, there is a significant section on the cumulative impact of projects in the area. So while they do look very closely at Rock Creek Wind, they also look very closely at all the other projects that are occurring in the area at the time. So I would encourage Mr. Kelty to go review that section, and hopefully some of the answers he's looking for are there. All right, so that is all I have for my notes. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Commissioners? Commissioner Gar? Commissioner Richardson?
Yeah, has Gateway South gotten through the you know, there's a few miles along Highway 40 that the NRCS is sort of holding up. Has Gateway South gotten through that?
Hi there, James Williams. I could respond and just say that we know that Pacific Core Rocky Mountain Power moving forward with the Gateway project with the intent to have it in service by the end of 2024. And so I haven't heard anything or any reason to expect that it wouldn't be moving forward. I'm sure they have many different things to work through across the project, and I think they're doing that.
Yeah, to me, I've found it to be really curious that the Biden administration and their commitment to renewables can't quite get over the hump with CS's blocking of 15 miles of, you know, 1,200 mile line or something. I don't know where it is, Las Vegas or something. But yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, well, we're confident they'll get.
Because that's the way this power gets out ultimately.
Right. Yeah, it'll be part of that project, especially the ALS section.
Yeah. I didn't actually know that TV Flats wanted to, and Echola had a DLS.
Yeah. You wouldn't know
because they run all the time. I know that. So I didn't know that until you said it just now. I thought that maybe it had to do with how far out they are in the Tulees that they didn't have them.
Yeah, no, it's a matter of waiting for them to get into operation, and then they'll be able to turn them on. I'm not sure exactly the technical reason they're not up yet, but.
I actually know it. It's learning. The radars learn what to pay attention to and what not to. So like the wind farms between Laramie and Cheyenne, what is it called? Roundhouse. That one, because of the elevation and all of that, it wanted to recognize highway traffic as air traffic. You know, it's that sensitive. So it had to learn not to call the I-80 airplanes. It had to learn how to distinguish air traffic from that so that it could turn off more often.
Yeah, just a little more context there. So in Invenergy, we took those projects through the permitting process and through the ISC, and we've committed to that condition within the ISC permit that we would have ADLS included in the project. Passed that to Pacific Core. They have installed it. I think you're right on the learning side of things. It is new technology, so they had to get the ADLS technology to then talk with the SCADA system on the wind farm, and that is fully installed now, as we understand it. And the expectation, as Chase mentioned, is that early this winter that will go into operation, and those lights will then turn off unless there's aircraft in the area. Something interesting that is required as part of that is that 100% of the towers have lights, whereas if you don't install ADLS, there's something less, like 80% of the towers will have lights per the FAA. And so there's probably a few more lights than you normally see there. But again, Pacific Core has indicated that in the next several months, that system will go into operation.
So I have another question, and this is fun for me. This is a little bit in my wheelhouse. The repowers that were done on Dunlap. So I'm sort of asking you Pacific Core questions. You may not know the answer, like you do on the TV projects in Echola, because you guys developed them. And one of my questions was actually, is Invenergy going to be the owner? Is it going to be utility owned? And then you answered that. So, but the repowers that were done at 7 Mile, Dunlap, and High Plains McFadden, did they put ADLS on those too, and they just haven't turned it on yet? Because there's a lot of red flashing out there, and I was hoping that it, but maybe they weren't required to do that in the repower process.
I don't know the answer. I mean, my guess is no. I don't know the answer to that.
Because they were already existing. They were in a permit.
Potentially, I'm not sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I can't speak for them. Sorry.
Well, I hope Biden's USDA can get through can sort of, you know, if they want to do the 30 by 30 or whatever it is, that they got to get through the last 20 miles of the Gateway South permitting. I can't understand why they don't, but
finished?
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes, you know, you feel like you have a handle on it, and then you listen to an expert and you feel like you don't have a handle on it. So you haven't decided on a turbine. What's the reason for that? And then what are the specific differences? Are they different sizes? And if they are different sizes, doesn't that impact your spacing? Doesn't that impact your sound?
Yeah, good question. So I can answer all of those. So the reason we don't have a certain turbine set is multiple reasons. One, we don't know the exact amount of sites that we will have on the final layout based on over the next 4 or 5 months of reviewing data, working with the agencies, getting information back from engineering and environmental. We'll have a much better sense of where the turbine locations are that we are able to build. And so the exact final number might impact the turbine. As you can see at some of the ones we were looking at, between the Vestas and between the Vestas turbines and the GE turbines, they are slightly different megawatt capacity. And so with Vestas, for example, they have 4.5, 5.0, 6.0. So we'd probably be looking at a combination of those to reach our target megawatt size. GE, we're looking at more of a single size, 5.5. So we have a better idea of exactly how many turbine sites we need for that one. And then one of the biggest factors, honestly, is that this supply chain right now is a little all over the place, and we want to make decisions when we have as much information as possible. And we're getting more and more information about pricing for each turbine models. So when we get the information about the turbine pricing, when we get information about the sites we have, we'll really be able to look at the details and assess the differences between either Vestas combinations or GEs and see what makes most sense for the project. The reason that this doesn't have a huge impact on a lot of the numbers is that they're all very similar size. And so the layout that we have permitted or applied for in the permitting phase for all of these is a mix of the Vestas 4.5 and the Vestas 6.0s with a certain number of each to make sure that they reach the limit. Those are all going to be on 75-meter blade and a 95-meter height. In the permit application, we actually requested that our maximum hub height would be looking at the maximum of all of these combined, which would be a higher hub and that GE 158, which has a longer blade. But nothing will go above that 591 feet that we have put in the permit application. It's just that the combination that we're currently looking at happens to be shorter than that amount that we put in for the permit. As for spacing, these are sent far enough apart as it is so that none of them, one of the biggest reasons they're so far apart is because they create wake, and they need to be able to operate efficiently without impact of the other turbines. That won't change depending on the turbine size or the turbine that we use, because they're also similar. Noise, for the Vestas, they all have very similar noise outputs. The GE also has a similar noise output, but slightly different. Regardless, we will be redoing the study, the noise study, of no matter what our output will be, unless it is that, actually, we will be doing it again no matter what. So we'll have a better idea of that. But the differences are negligible between those turbines, and our the 39 decibels that we have at the closest property and the 48 at the property line, we feel very confident that that won't change at all. And regardless, it will stay below that 55 decibel limit at the.
Go to that property map. Show to me where the state land board land is.
The state land?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, it's everything in yellow. Okay. So I can point it out.
Sure. No, it's perfect. I got it. So let's say the state land says no. Now I know they have a statutory dedication to achieve the best economic benefit of the lands for the school districts. Get that. But we approve the project, they say no. What happens next?
Well, we really don't anticipate that. We have 6 turbines on state land, 2 in Carbon County state land, and then 4 in Albany County state land. You can see here, so we permitted up to 129 turbines. The way that the numbers work out right now with our current layout, we only need 111 to reach our target capacity. All of these turbines over here, and for those online, it's the blue ones on the east side and the south side of the project. These are all alternates right now, and so they're not currently factoring into the project. That being said, we are permitting as if they are, just to make sure we have the maximum spread acknowledged in the permit. But if we are unable to get state land, we would be able to use some of those there. So it's we would really rather not have to do the project without state land, but there is certainly an avenue to achieve what we need.
So for another question, the blue is max density for turbines, but you may or may not build on those sites. Is that my understanding?
So the blue would be those at this point we consider them alternates, and so we have what you see between blue and yellow is 129, but our target would be 111. So that I'm not sure I exactly understand your question.
So if you have blue and yellow together, you get 129.
Correct.
And of those, you would like to cite 111.
With the current layout, yes.
Yeah. But you could you cite up to 129 if you wanted to?
If a lot of factors would go into that. Yeah. We would like to have the option if possible.
Okay. Super.
If transmission would allow it.
Yeah. Well,
limitations. Right?
Yeah, we'd always want more available transmission capacity, but yeah, we can only put on 400 megawatts and then 190 megawatts, so we won't go over that. But in order to go to 129, we'd have to go to a smaller turbine, which is pretty unlikely. You know?
And you said, I'm trying to make sure I got the numbers written right. The closest residence, is that participating or non-participating?
Non-participating.
Is 39 decibels?
Yes.
And then the property boundary would be 48 decibels?
Correct.
And then the Wyoming engineer, was that Tetra Tech who signed off on that?
Smith Environmental and Engineering. Okay. And John Diller was the man.
Okay, is he a
Wyoming certified?
Yeah, audiology engineer, or is it just, is there such a thing?
Sorry, thought I heard him say something. No,
we had a sound engineer complete the report. It been used on other wind projects before and is expert in the industry. And then per the regulations, we had a Wyoming engineer review that report and confirm its validity and then stamp it.
Okay, thank you. So and I'm saying, please don't take any offense to this. I feel like being asked to approve a project that's not particularly set for me. Right? I don't know the blade or the windmill. I don't know the full land scope. I can suspect that the state land will come on board, but they may not, right? That's out of my control. I don't know if there'll be 129 or if there'll be 111. And then I'm not sure what the impact of the industrial site capital. And so some of these things are not in your purview and outside, but it gives me a bit of pause. I got to tell you, like buying a house and saying, well, the windows will be here on Tuesday, but what if they're not, right? And that's my goal, is to try to know what the project is, to have a basic understanding if it's reasonable or not, and that's my threshold. I do appreciate the level of detail in you guys' report. I do appreciate your willingness to come and talk to us, have a presentation. I do appreciate that you have somebody in the C-suite here. That is important. This is a big decision. And so for me, and I'm just will editorialize here, I'm not willing or able to approve it today. I certainly will need to know more. I really do need to know more. This is, the more I get to burst and win, I feel like the less I know. And to feel a little more comfortable than I feel today about it. But I do appreciate your willingness to answer all the questions and address the concerns that people have brought to you. In the end, we all have to live in this place and we have to live together, and listening and addressing is my approach to having people disagree, but being agreeable why they disagree. So that I'm out of questions. Sue or Commissioner Richardson, anything that you have? James, I believe you have something.
Just another comment. I appreciate the questions that you had today, and I think Chase did a really good job here of answering those questions. Maybe just a little further context on why the difference in the number of turbines out there. As we continue to move the project forward, and for every wind project we have, we want to have as many alternate turbines as possible for the project, because in this particular case, we're going to go through the ISC state approval, as well as continuing our coordination with the state and federal environmental agencies. And then even further, we will go out and take a geotechnical sample at each of the individual turbine locations across the site. And so through that process, there is numerous ways in which turbine locations that are shown as yellow may no longer be viable turbine locations for technical reasons. And so that's why we have the additional locations located there blue, along with your key observation on the state land, is that we want to make sure we have as many alternatives as possible to build in that flexibility. I think the other comment I wanted to make is that we have many different turbine manufacturers coming to us and looking to do business with Invenergy, and we have a lot of experience in the industry and have narrowed that selection down to the two turbines that the turbine manufacturers that Chase described. Part of what we're doing, again, as we continue through the development process to reach construction, is to optimize the project and ensure that we're placing the correct type of turbines on the site, and whether it's GE or Vestas. And so that's why we want to have a little flexibility and optionality with the specific turbines. However, the suite of turbines that we've offered here are very, very similar, and our design of the project has incorporated the spacing that would accommodate either of those manufacturers. And so while it may seem like we haven't made a decision, we've built that overall understanding into our layout and would be able to utilize either turbine manufacturer. And it still may be a little time before we get to that final determination. Again, as Chase mentioned, I'm sure you're aware of the supply chain concerns that have been ongoing here over the last few months. And so we want to make sure we have optionality and flexibility to deliver a project to the city.
Thank you. Mr. Weiss, please.
Chairman Gosar, Commissioner Ibarra, Commissioner Richardson, Greg Weiss of Penson McMillan LLC on behalf of Rock River Wind LLC and Invenergy. I promised Chase I wouldn't talk today unless something of interest happened, but I do feel compelled to address your comment, Chairman Gosar, about this project. And just a little bit of information here. I understand that this commission was deeply involved in monitoring and eventually approving the rail tie project for ConnectGen. I did not participate in that process in front of this commission. I did, however, participate in that process in front of the Industrial Siting Council, and I represented a group of landowners who were opposed to that project. And frankly, what I told Chase and James is it was my fear that there may be some lingering concerns from what happened with rail tie that could influence this particular project. And I don't know if that's what's happened today or not, Chairman Gosar, but as I perceive it, your primary concern is you don't think the project, there are some uncertainties about it. Am I correct in assuming that that's because of the number of turbines?
No, I mean, I think these projects always are uncertain when they come to the county commission, and I think our regulation needs to be tightened for that, quite honestly, and we're working on that. But I also do believe the process is a bit weird, right? So you can't even guarantee to me today that all the land is under contract. And I understand that, right? You have to state land and investment. The state land board has to sign off on that. But that was supposed to happen in December, but it's not happening until February. So essentially, there's a proposed project that I suspect you guys would like me to sign off today. But it's just that, it's not a final project, it's a proposed project. And I have some consternation about that, as you can maybe imagine.
So with respect, here's my perspective on that issue. It is true that the Office of State Lands and Investments has not finalized their involvement in this particular proposal. But I think the thing that you need to understand, and I want to emphasize, is that if state land says that they're not going to be involved, Invenergy and Rock Creek Wind have taken into account that possibility and have shown alternate turbine locations. So the project absolutely could be built without the state lands involved. I tend to think that part of the reason that there's been some delay with the Office of State Lands is they wanted to understand some of the financial issues with this. There were a few clerical issues that came up. I fully expect that they will sign on. But with respect, I'd like to point out that about a month ago, the Wall Street Journal did a study of energy in the United States. And at present, wind and solar provide a combined 12% of the energy needs for this country. Clearly, there's been some political moves made by the new administration to try to increase the percentage that renewables such as wind energy play in our energy portfolio. But the reality is that coal and natural gas still play a huge part of the process. And the reason I point that out is because wind energy financing it's an extremely complicated area. And having had the pleasure, frankly, of representing Invenergy for over 4 years and helping them permit 3 other projects, I've come to appreciate just how difficult it is for a private company to finance a wind energy project. Invenergy is the nation's largest privately held wind energy company and is responsible for dozens and dozens of existing projects, both solar power, wind power, and actually some natural gas. But even a company the size of Invenergy needs some ability to understand how it's going to go forward and build a project with financing. One thing that I think that we may not have emphasized enough is that this particular project has already been selected by PacifiCorp for inclusion in its portfolio. And if we don't get permission today, approval today, my first question to the commissioners would be, what else do you need to know? And with respect, I think that Invenergy, and I'm not commenting on any other applicants for wind energy, but part of the reason I agreed to represent Invenergy is because I was so impressed with the thoroughness of their evaluations. Because of the site-specific issues that come up when it comes time to go and put a turbine on the ground, there's always a certain level of uncertainty in where the turbines are going to be located and how many are out there. And so with regard to this project, the uncertainty concerning the number of towers is in part because of the state lands. It's also in part because of the supply chain issues that Chase pointed out. But I think the key thing to remember is it's the hope to have to construct only 111 towers, not 129. And if that's the case, each individual tower is likely to be a higher megawatt capacity, which obviously reduces the visual impacts of the project, reduces the footprint, reduces disturbance to all the wildlife species. And so, with respect, Chairman Gosar, this project is light years farther along than rail tie is even yet today. And I can say that because I've been monitoring the rail tie project since ISC approval. And so, if you decide to not approve this today, it's going to make it more difficult for this project to gain approval by the Industrial Siting Council. I will tell you that Invenergy is focusing its efforts on making sure that the wildlife issues and the cultural and socioeconomic issues that are so critical part of the ISC are addressed at the ISC level. And so that's not to dismiss any concerns that this commission might have about those issues, but your own regulations state that you defer to the ISC on those matters. And so having explained the I don't want to call it a discrepancy, but the differences in the numbers of the turbines, I do ask that this commission act today to approve the project. There are certainly lots of issues to be discussed in more detail as the project goes to the ISC. But again, as I reviewed the application with Chase and James and the engineering firm that helped put it together, part of what they asked me, is this ready to go? And I sat down and I took a look at what happened with rail tie and compared the two applications, and there's absolutely no comparison. And I'm not criticizing rail tie. I'm just saying how impressed I was with the thoroughness of this particular application. And so with respect, I must disagree with the idea that this project is uncertain. I mean, the reality is wind energy is still new to our country. It's only been in the forefront for about 20 years, and a lot is yet to be learned about it. But the biggest issue is financing. That's the biggest issue for any wind energy project. And if this is delayed, it's going to impact the ability of Invenergy and Rock Creek Wind to bring this project to fruition, basically as promised to Pacific Core. And so I would ask for approval by the commission today. Thank you.
Thanks. And just to respond, our regulations do allow 45 to 60 days. And I'll just have to tell you, the rail side project, which you talked about, there were comments and there were things that changed my mind between the public hearing and the deal that we negotiated with Connecticut. Not saying I will or won't vote for this project. Obviously, I drive an electric car and I live in a house with solar panels, and my business otherwise has solar panels, right? So, right, push proofs in the pudding. However, I do want to feel comfortable, and I do want to understand what I don't yet know. I'm not casting aspersions on your application. In fact, I do not. But I don't yet know what I don't know. And I've got 45 and 60 days to figure out what that is. And at some point, right, we're going to have a decision made. That decision will come within our regulations, that I'm sure. You can assure from me that between 45 and 60 days, or sometime between this day and 60 days from now, you guys will have an answer one way or the other. I'm just not there yet. Now, these guys might be there, and in which case, that's how it goes, right? And I've been on the side of 1-2 decisions for more of my career than I was on the other side of it. So I understand that process. Chase, looks like something came to mind.
Yeah, no, this is something to elaborate on what James and Greg were saying, and mainly that to speak to this perceived uncertainty, which and I know it's the wind energy is changing quickly, and things are happening fast. But I just want to speak very briefly to why we have permitted 129, but then there's the number 111 thrown out, and then there's 114 in Albany County. And really that is out of respect for flexibility for our own ability to be able to optimize the project when it comes time to pay the bills on the turbines and drill holes and erect them. But it's also to make sure that we can have the flexibility to work like with the agency, for example, the agencies, Game and Fish and Fish and Wildlife. We want to make sure that we have alternates available and can work with them and can work with our engineering team. And that flexibility is really important. And it is possible, it would be possible to come in and say, we are using the 4.5 and the 6.0 combination of Estes that we put in the permit application. And this is the project boundary, and we are going to do 129 sites. But the reality is we'd come back and we would have to make changes to that and amendments, and it's beneficial to the project as a whole to be able to have a little bit of flexibility and wiggle room. It's in the benefit of Albany County if we have a little flexibility and wiggle room. And so that is built in there both for us, for the counties, for Carbon County, for the state, for the departments, for the agencies, for YDOT, everyone involved. It helps to have that wiggle room. And so we permit at this stage the largest possible impact so that we can go smaller and so we can minimize our project and bring it down in scale. And so we do have knowns of the maximum, and it can only be better from that. And
I guess my final question that you bring it up, has this application been approved by the Carbon County Commissioners?
It has. They approved it 3 weeks ago on November 16th.
Thank you. Nice thing. Yeah, Commissioner Burrow.
Sure, go for it. That was one of my questions. Thank you. My question, Chase and James, how much does an indecision today delay the progress of this project? Because you do have some questions you have to find out the answers to anyway. If your supply chain is an issue, some of the agreements and documentation required have not, or two are not provided yet that will be done prior to construction.
Which two, sorry?
David pointed out that there are all other agreements and documentations provided by the Albany County Zoning Resolution is provided prior to, that it be provided prior to the commencement of construction.
Gotcha.
Okay, and so how realistically, an indecision today, how much does it delay the progress considering all these other things that you're still waiting on? And I can appreciate that you're very flexible on the amount of turbines. That's not an issue for me because I think you have presented that.
Yeah, so an indecision today, I think, well, to answer your question in two ways, to have the decision be within either today or 45 days not to issue the permit, then that would be a significant hit to the project timeline, as this is all funnels in to the industrial siting application. And so if we, in that application, which we submitted yesterday, to give them an update on our status here, that we have this meeting today, and that we do hope for the permit. That hearing is in 90 days. So if it is a decision that does take 45 days, that doesn't cripple the project per se. It does just slow things down in some of the decisions and some of the certainty that we have in the project, and it just would raise questions that would have to be answered.
I think I'd just add, certainty is the key for us. It gives us the ability to move into the ISC process, work with staff there to address any concerns in the application, and then work with landowners and agencies to say, look, we've got these two approvals. Here's the footprint we're working within, and allows us to take our next steps from a planning perspective. And so that's why we're asking for it, and I think Greg responded there. And to provide us that level of certainty and understanding that we can take the next step on the project.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Sure, Mr. Richardson, please.
I'd like to make a motion.
Please. Okay.
I move that we approve The Rock Creek Wind Energy Project application WECS 0221, incorporating the findings of fact and conclusions.
A second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
I'll say that that I like the flexibility. I mean, the whole point of it is if you go out there and there's, you know, a subsurface issue you can't see till you start digging, you know, a geotechnical issue or a wildlife issue, or you know, if we had certainty for our mines right here, but some of the sites weren't suitable, we'd probably rather have turbines be put in a suitable site than to have certainty in our own mines. At least I would. I didn't. That's a huge area. I mean, driving by on the interstate, you could move a turbine half a mile and you wouldn't be able to tell that it moved. I don't know how close you have to be able to tell the difference between those turbines. But I'm going to guess that a layperson can't tell the difference between any of those models of Vestas turbines by sight. And I think that maybe you have to get in within a quarter of a mile or something for somebody who's in that business to be able to tell the difference between those 4 different models of Vestas turbine because of some teeny tiny distinguishing feature on the cell or whatever. So from my perspective, and you know, from 5 miles away or 8 miles away, if it's 10 feet taller, doesn't matter. There's a project footprint that is what it is, and I'm okay with the uncertainties. I don't have any problem with it. To me, they're not uncertainties in that sense. I mean, I've been out on that ground. I've shot a lot of gophers out there. It's really fun, and ranchers like it when you do that because then their critters don't get hurt in gopher holes. And they don't have to compete with gophers for the food. Anyway, yeah, so
Jennifer?
That's why I made my motion.
Sure.
I'm ready to go.
Chairman Gosar and Commissioner Richardson, I would just put out there that I would suggest that we add the 2 things from the Planning and Zoning Commission conditions that Mr. Gertsch indicated had not yet been satisfied, which are 7 and 8 of their conditions. If we were to approve this, that all other agreements and documentation provided by the Albany County zoning resolution are provided prior to the commencement of construction activity on the site. And any other studies or reports that were not finalized with the submission shall be provided.
I'm not sure I understand.
You want to include those into the
sort of as conditions of approval?
Yes.
I thought those go without saying.
They should generally, but those were the 2 that were identified by Mr. Gertsch that planning and zoning had that have not yet been fulfilled. Just to add them, they are part of our regulations, but to add them as a note to the approval that those things have to be followed pursuant to the regulations, even after, and it is in our regulations that they have to be provided.
So we would be restating something that we already require as a condition. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it's all there already. When I incorporate the findings of fact and conclusions of law, that's what that means. I'm not inclined to restate those when they're already there.
Great. And then I do have to remind this commission that rail tie, a condition of their permit was ADLS lighting on all their turbines. And if that could not be afforded by the FAA, that they could ask for a variance from the Planning and Zoning Commission. That is not being prescribed to this group. And so one might think that there is a difference. And so for me, there is no difference, but you guys might have a difference. And so, you know, that seems to be a distinction without a difference, but no, it is a difference because if the FAA comes back and says, we don't want to approve the ADLS, if we approve it the way we have it right now, then ADLS does not go on. And there is no way for this company to come to us and ask for a variance. They could if they wanted to, but they don't necessarily have to. And we're in the contract business here, not the good neighbor business. So that is something that we offer to rail tie that is not being prescribed here.
Chairman Gozer, I would just point out that was a request that was made to rail tie outside of what our regulations require that they agreed.
That's right, they agreed to. Yeah.
So the point is that if I included that in my motion, it would be supported in our regulations.
It
would be an ask.
I was gonna say, if it's something you would like to do, I think it would be appropriate to make the ask of Invenergy while they're here and give you some kind of a response.
For the 45 to 60 days we have, there is no rush. I need to tell this commission, there is no rush. We are in the regulations. Our regulations give us 45 to 60 days for today. And so, I mean,
Mr. Chairman, I thought of that, you know, along with you, and because it's a process with increments, it's I think that it's unreasonable for this commission to say you have to satisfy all of these things before you come back to us, because there's so many moving parts, right? And this is part of the process. I don't think that we'll learn anything new if we exhaust the timeline. I mean, to me, the application is complete, and the questions have been answered. From a legal perspective, I mean, so in my own mind, I have questions, right? That's why we ask them here. But I don't think that my subjective curiosities about it don't rise to the level of a failure to satisfy the findings of fact and conclusions of law. So while I would like to go have a beer with Chase and talk to him about all kinds of things, I couldn't use my curiosities or unanswered questions as a basis for denying the applicants access to the rule of law in this case. And whether we do it today or in 45 or in 60 days, I think we'll be right back where we are right now.
We might.
So that's why I'm inclined to do that.
But we did just let the record show that rail tie, we did use this time, right? And so it is not it's not an expectation that is unreasonable in light of our process.
Well, to me, it's I'm not sure we should have done it with rail tie either. When the legal requirements are satisfied, then the only thing that's left is subjectivity, and mostly extra legal subjectivity. It gets worse, not better.
Personally, I'm glad, I gotta tell you. And it did change my perspective on things that we were able to negotiate with ConnectGen. Those 45, 60 days, but that's just me. Commissioner Bear?
Yeah, I think, you know, this is a separate project that rail tie would, and so we need to look at that and not be trying to make some connections there and all. And that being said, I again appreciate your flexibility, but you have said yourself you don't have answers yet. I'm not convinced that waiting 45 days or less or 60 days, you might not have some of those answers that you are required to have here. You're just starting the process with the industrial side, and so that's not going to throw you back significantly. I'm willing to take the time to give the opportunity for some answers to those questions that you guys have as well as we do. And I can appreciate Commissioner Gosar's reluctance just because he's not comfortable not having those answers. And I guess we are allotted that time. We are have a right to is 45 to 60 days. And if it makes one of us feel more comfortable that the answers are more readily available in 45 days, I'm willing to postpone a decision today. I'm not convinced that it is delaying the progress of your application.
So may I respond?
Sure, please,
Sorry.
please.
I guess my main question is some of the things that we admittedly do not know. I don't know if those will be answered in 45 days, and those are questions that we need time to answer to make sure we can optimize the project. And again, that's for our benefit, the county's benefit, it's for everyone's benefit to have those. And to James's point with approval today, it just does give certainty, and it does, while it doesn't concretely push the project back 45 days to wait 45 days for approval, it does stall communications, and it kind of puts a hold on things. So it is, I do respectfully request that, 45 days it can be significant with moving projects forward. And so it wouldn't necessarily cripple the project, but it would certainly be, the earlier we have that, the better. I appreciate, I really do appreciate wanting information and having transparency. It is my entire goal to give you guys information as we have it, as you request it, as you, if it's just curiosity getting beers, or if it's information about the project that is about the turbines, I do want to share that and give you guys information. But it's all that to say is, I'm not sure what questions we would answer in 45 days that we aren't discussing today.
And you don't think the chain supply and knowing which ones you're going to actually might be realized in 45 days?
Ultimately, when we're going to select a turbine, we then ultimately enter into a turbine supply agreement, and that represents about 65% of the capital cost of the project. We are not going to be in a position to enter into a contract like that in the next 45 days. We first need to get through the IFC process. We would have our agreement with Pacificor in place as well before that time. So that selection and our desire for flexibility wouldn't change over the next 45 days.
So that's 9 months out or a year out, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
The purchasing decisions.
And I will point out too that the Vestas turbines, those V150s, they're all the same platform. So to Commissioner Richardson's point, you won't notice the difference because they're the same, and they're just built differently inside the hub. The GE will be slightly different, but for all intents and purposes, those aren't very significant changes as it relates to any impacts on the permits.
Thank you. Greg, please.
Yeah, again, commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak. A couple of things. First of all, would do respect the idea of simply taking 45 days to consider this. With respect, I think that's a solution looking for a problem that doesn't exist. And just point of clarification. So there is a motion pending. It's been moved and seconded. If that motion fails, is my understanding correct that what would happen then is that one of the other commission members would bring forward a motion to basically table this and consider it and come back in 45 days? Again, that's just a question for procedural clarification. The last thing I want is just an absolute thumbs down for the project. My other point is I know that there are some participating landowners that are on the line, and as directly affected parties, I just want to know if they would like to be heard on any of the issues that are up. I know there is a motion pending, which I appreciate, but I would just point out that there are a few of those folks.
Sure. So
and the second only allows for discussion on that motion. So discussion can happen. We're not in a hurry to take a vote on it.
Oh, absolutely. I understand, Commissioner. You can, even though you seconded it, you can vote against it. I get that. I just want to make clear that if, you know, if two of you decide to not approve it today, that it's clear that, you know, whatever issues you want to explore, that those be immediately made known to my client and to me, and that this is scheduled for ultimate resolution within the time period.
So I guess I'll take the first part of that. If that motion were to fail, then I'll wait for another motion, and whatever that motion is what that motion will be. I can't remember, but I think it's between 45 and 60 days. So any day between
45 from the public hearing.
Right. Oh, 45. So between now and 45 days is when, so if somebody said, hey, a motion, we want to have this at the next meeting, and that passes, then that's how we'll do it. So just to have that clarification, I know you guys know, the people listening in may not understand that piece. If landowners wanted to speak on it, I suspect they've already spoken with them signing the contract with you. But I'm more than happy to hear from people. I will not have any objection to them speaking. Sure, if they would like to.
I just wanted to point out that we've kind of forgotten about them because Chase put up his PowerPoint, but I think they're probably still there.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. Thanks, Greg. So Chase, should we remove the PowerPoints and see if anybody out there in online land wants to talk with us about this?
All right.
Thank you.
That should be on now, right?
Yeah. So is there anybody online today who would like to speak about the Rock Creek Wind Energy Project as following what you've heard today, or any part thereof that you'd like to talk about? Yes, Ms. Lewis.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize. This is my second time commenting today, so thank you for giving me the opportunity. I guess the only thing I would offer is there is the industrial siting process and hearings, and you know, the district, the Wheatland Irrigation District, is planning to be involved in that. And I can imagine if there is more information that's available before then, that Albany County would receive that information, that your attorney or even the three commissioners, you could participate in that process at the state level. I mean, we want to make sure everybody's comfortable, of course. So I was just listening to all of this, and it seems like there's not a lot more that you'll know in 45 to 60 days, but there's still that final process, and a lot of this will be rehashed again. So I'm not sure if that's helpful, but I just wanted to offer it.
Sure, thank you, Corey. Appreciate it. Having been through this process once, it's helpful. It's a bit of a mystery the first time around, I have to tell you. Anybody else? Okay.
Mr. Booth is on the line.
Okay, Mr. Booth, go ahead, please. Oh, maybe not. You're still muted, Mr. Booth.
He's trying.
I know.
Yep, go ahead, Mr. Booth.
I'll try it again. Can you hear me?
You're really kind of garbled a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work, but I'll try.
Let's give it a shot.
Yeah. This is Steve. I'm with Booth Land and Livestock, and I represent the Booth family. We're obviously one of the landowners involved in the project. We are very much in support of the project, as you would expect. We do feel that this would be a great benefit use of the land, providing a positive economic development with minimal impact to the land and our coexisting ranching operations. From a historical perspective, we've had multiple wind energy approach us about developing a wind farm, and we never could come to terms because those were too biased towards the wind development side at the expense of our land. Energy has been just the opposite. They've been very amenable to the protection of the land, and
Yeah, we're losing you there, but I did get the gist of what you said at this point. Dang it. So for the people who didn't hear, what I heard Mr. Booth say was they've had other projects approach them that they have denied because they weren't as dedicated to the land preservation as you guys have been. And that's, I guess, the synopsis of what I got from Mr. Booth. Gonna give it another shot.
Maybe if he goes audio only, get better data transmission.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, if you take out video, it might help.
Okay, well, we'll try that. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Kind of.
For a second.
Dang it.
Are you still there?
We got you, Mr. Booth.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay. Well, our family feels that this is the right time and place to move forward with developing what we feel has been a historically underutilized and truthfully, it's a world-class natural resource that it's in demand by the American consumer. So we're asking for commissional support and approval for this project for the overall benefit for the state and as we serve the needs of the American economy. With that, I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Booth. I appreciate it. Anybody else like to talk? Okay. Yes, David, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I could, whatever you guys do, if you need 45 days, that's great. I think I would want to know what the questions were, or the company, if I want to know the questions that you're looking at. I'll note that our regulations right now, what we're looking at is a preliminary site plan. And so what they provided is a preliminary site plan. Once this is approved and before construction, they are required to get a zoning certificate, which includes that final site plan to include that, or to ensure they're meeting all the setbacks and all of those other standards. And at that time, we will have one. It's just we are not requiring it right now. With regard to state land, I know that came up. Our zoning regulations actually exclude state land. We do not review anything on state land. So when I look at the application, I don't even look at that. I don't care about it because it's not something that I am charged with reviewing. Obviously, it's part of this project and it's in the middle of it. But whether those turbines are there or not, I guess, as a staff perspective, that's not something I really look at. Type of turbine, I guess, that's information that would be good to have, but I'm not sure how that impacts surrounding property owners or the public. But maybe you guys have more information on that. I know you've done a lot of research on these things. I guess to me, that's not an issue that staff worries about. Then the last thing would be ADLS lighting. I think it would be appropriate to ask those folks, if they would be willing to come back to us if they can't get approval for FAA. Through them, because I think, like you said, Mr. Chairman Gosar, there's no difference in lighting, this one is the real light project, so I think that would be appropriate to at least consider asking them. Yeah, so that's all I wanted to point out. And yeah, whatever you guys decide to do, I'll be at the next meeting.
Sure, and just to point out to everybody listening that we had the public meeting for rail tie, and then we took a amount of time, and I can't remember what the days were, probably 45, I don't know what it was. I can't remember, I think it's 43 maybe, if I remember correct, to make the decision. That's the end game, right? That's the decision has to be made by 45, it doesn't have to be.
Sure.
Right, and so I don't mind sending questions, and they might not all be ready for you today. They might be ready 3 days from now when I have the weekend to talk to some folks about some things. And due diligence is important to me, and I feel like I need time to do due diligence. Now, the commissioners here will have a different perspective. But for me, I'm not for or against the project, and I don't know for or against the project yet. So,
well, not just follow up with that. It's, you know, I think that's what you're doing, right? To do your due diligence. And if you have questions, and you're not even sure what the questions are, you have 45 days to figure that out. So, but I just did want to address some of those things.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you. So it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would like to point out that there's no legal deficiency. It's like we and the diligence is built into the process. So at this point of the process, they've done the diligence that they have to do to get through this point of the process, and more in some cases. So from my perspective, when we as commissioners combine or sort of lump all the diligence in on the front end, we make the applicant trip over our own inability to allow the process to run its course. You know, these things are built in; they don't have a way around them, and that's why I want to.
Sure. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the motion? Yes, please.
So one last thing. Again, I think you guys have a lot of flexibility in the proposal, whatever size power of the many turbines you'll be using. And I appreciate that. And I think you've done a fantastic job in your application. Keeper, I'd be willing to approve this if you would be willing to tack on, as David said, the requirement of the ADLS lights.
Well, I can't require it because it's already required, and we can ask.
Yeah. Let's deal with the motion we have, and then if there's another motion that comes before this commission, let's deal with that one.
When they walk out of here, any one of us, the chairman, can ask them if they'll please come back if they have trouble with the FAA, but we can't require it as a legal matter. We can't. I mean, that would be me introducing something that creates a legal question in the original motion, and so I'm not willing to do it.
Jennifer, would you address that, please?
So that is the approach that we took with Railtide, that it's not required for them to come back, but that we asked for them to do that, and they agreed. I think if it's something you're interested in, you could have that conversation in this discussion portion, and then an amendment could be made to the motion if it was necessary. If that's something you'd like to do now, if they would agree to it.
I just like a complete, clean motion. So okay. We're just going to vote on the motion that's before us. All those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
All those opposed? Aye. That motion fails. I'd entertain a new motion from this commission.
Mr. Chairman, if we deny the application, are we prepared to cite a legal deficiency as the basis for our denial?
I think there's a misunderstanding here, right? Like, it's not either approve or deny today. It's either approve, deny, or table within our regulations. I'm not here to either approve or deny this today, but I made that statement pretty clear. I think you're pretty clear, Commissioner Wilson. So I'd entertain a motion for any of those or any other option that anybody wants to put before this commission.
Mr. Chair, I move that we table the Rock River Wind Energy Project application till we have the possibility of further answers to some of the questions posed here today, and maybe a little bit more insight from the company as to how they're going to go ahead And if it would allow us to have some discussion as far as some requirements as we had mentioned.
Is there a second?
Second.
So moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
It got tabled. They didn't approve us.
Not yet, Steve. Hang on there. It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Chairman Gosar.
Yes.
I would just point out
Because they
45
don't know
days
exactly how
from
many
today.
turbines, exactly where they're going to be, and they're still negotiating with the state, which they
45
think
days from
get all the
today
states in it. They anticipate that, but because of that, they
is
well, we don't
January
know.
21st. There you go. 45 days from today is January 21st.
Yeah.
So we have our meeting, assuming you don't want to consider it as quickly as the December meeting. We have a January 4th meeting, which is a day meeting, and our regular January 18th meeting is a night meeting.
Certainly. So we have 3 opportunities between now and then.
And we can schedule a special meeting if
Right.
that was not what you wanted.
Any of that wanted to be added to your motion? Or are you good with where it is?
I'm sorry.
Are you good with your motion where it is? And this is information was added afterwards.
Right. Yeah, I'm good with the motion.
Okay,
being
second.
tabled.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much for the discussion.
Questions. Chase, who should I send those to you, or should I send them to our county attorney and David to you, or how would you like that done?
If through David and I have been communicating, if they can come directly to me, that works as well.
Okay.
Or if you want to copy us both, whatever's easiest, but we are very curious to see some questions and answer them best as we can.
And just to let you know, there is no point in going to 45 days if we don't need to go to 45 days. If the questions have been answered that I have for you and the other commissioners have for you, then we'll keep in touch with you and schedule this on a meeting before that time. If it's not required to go to 45 days, I don't believe following the rule, just follow the rule.
Wonderful. Chairman, commissioners, thank you all very much for your discussion. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you. All right, item 19, present for consideration renewal of the 2021 mobile home park licenses for KBRD Mobile Home Park. Joe.
All right. KBRD got their stuff to us that they needed to and are ready for re-licensing.
Commissioners, any questions? I entertain a motion for item 19, please.
I move that we approve item 19 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. 20, present for approval. Agreement addendum to the contract amendment to TK Elevator Gold Services Agreement to add the elevator in the north entry to the maintenance plan after the expiration of its warranty. Roy, it looks like Jennifer, you're covering today.
Filling in for Roy while he's catching up on all of his things today, commissioners. So this is, as it says in your packet, the north entry elevator comes off of warranty, I believe, on December 11th. So this is an amendment to the existing TK elevator contract to now include that in the maintenance plan going forward.
Commissioners, any questions? I'd entertain a motion for item 20.
I move that we provide 20 as presented.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing that, all in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Item 21, ratify amendment to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program Application Assistance Grant awarded to Albany County. Trace Fletcher, good morning, afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gosar and Commissioners. This is before you today as a ratification because the state's timeline and getting it back, and Commissioner Gosar jumped in while I was on vacation and initiated the process. So what this amendment does to the original ERAP, Emergency Rental Assistance Program, is only extends the date, the spending date from December 31st to March 31st of 2022. Does not change any reporting requirements or how the money is used. And then furthermore, after this is approved, and I'll be working with Jennifer once we're done playing phone tag and working on extending out the subrecipients, and hopefully maybe allotting additional monies to them.
And just for the commission's edification, how much money was left over from the original ERAP? Do you remember? 100?
It was like 101,000, I believe. I don't have that number directly in front of me, but I can get it to you.
Yeah.
But it's definitely at like 100,000. I have it in the email because.
So we don't have to go to the state. We don't have to go to the federal government to ask for money. The money is already here. Yeah. We were just going to return it. Yeah, without the extension, this allows us to use a little bit of that money for the ERAP partners.
And the extension is till March of this coming year?
March 31st of 2022, yes.
Any questions for Tracy? I entertain a motion for item 21, please.
I move that we approve Amendment 1 to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program Application Assistant Grant for the Traffic Department.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Tracy.
You're welcome. Thank you.
22, request permission to hire a new full-time assistant county clerk. Jackie, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
I haven't heard you type all morning long. I kind of miss it.
I feel like I can hear Kayla now, you know. So she's Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity for allowing me to address a need that I find within my office. Prior to the fiscal year 2017-2018 budget, the Board of County Commissioners had to make a difficult decision in implementing a hiring and salary freeze because of the funding that was unavailable to continue to keep the personnel that we had. As we all know, personnel is the highest cost within the county government. And unfortunately, at that time, I was able to give up a position through the retirement portion of having an employee retire, but I also lost another position from an employee who relocated to Colorado. And so with the request from the Board of County Commissioners, I adhered to their request and did not fill that position. Over the course of the years until now, I feel like I and my staff have upheld our part to refine our internal processes on how to use technology to do things faster and better, to be more seamless, as well as evaluating our internal processes so there's no duplication of services. Unfortunately, the loss of the full-time position has caught up to us. As you saw in your packet, I was able to provide you with some data from history that occurred back in 2015 to current of some of the processes that we do. Some of them include filing certificates of titles. Back in 2015, we issued 11,608, and in 2020, we issued 13,744. And the land documents in 2015, we processed 6,651, and in 2020, we processed 8,372. As we approach the new the new calendar year, we are also in the process of working with our legislators in redistricting. One of the biggest concerns is that I lost personnel this past fiscal year to one of my election employees who relocated to the county assessor's office. Maybe you're well aware, but in 2015, it was an off-year election, but we did have one special district election in May and 6 in November. In 2020, with the presidential election, we had the primary election. And at that time, we also had one special district election in May and 3 in November. And our voter registration increased from 11,511 in 2015 to 21,049 voters in 2020. Absentee voters basically are broken down from anywhere from the number of registered voters that we have when we commence the election process to those that come in and early vote. Early voting this year will commence on July 1st. Knowing that right now we are preparing to transition our title program from our with Tyler Technologies to go to DocuPro. With that implementation, it will help refine our processes to eliminate some hand processes that we're currently doing by canceling titles that have been transferred out of state. We manually go in. We have to remove that title information. We have to pull the supporting documents, and there are processes with the new DocuPro conversion that will automatically have that built in. So the only thing left to do is actually remove those canceled titles out of our files, which will save a substantial amount of time. What I'm asking for you is to give me permission to fill a full-time position. The position itself for the next 6 months, if I hire someone that has and accepts single insurance, the cost will be $23,651. If I'm allowed to hire a position where someone that is chosen has family coverage, that cost will be $31,658. Pardon me, certainly I'm only looking at 6 months of this fiscal year. So next year, we would basically double that amount for budgeting purposes. Currently, we have over $1 million in our salary reserve account. I have been as frugal as I possibly can in trying to meet all the statutory responsibilities, but to be frank and honest, as much as we try to complete the processes, we are suffering from a little bit of burnout and overwork. I'm proud to say that the turnover that we initiate with processing, especially within the land documents, is a 1 or 2 day turnover. That is pretty quick turnover in terms of not only facilitating the needs of the public that we use, but keeping that process ongoing. We are generating funds with the new, having our new, or all of our records online. And so that money is coming into the county, and more people are using the resources that we have available. Again, I try to be, and I and my team try to do the best that we can to use technology that is available to us. But there's no certainty as to the number of patrons that we will service today and how many will come in tomorrow. And so I respectfully ask for your consideration to allow me to hire another position so that we can work together to get caught up on some of these transactions. I pride myself in processing uniform commercial code filings the day that they're received. You may be aware, and I've spoken about this before, that we have patrons that come from other counties because their time period of waiting for a title to be processed may be days, and they can't afford to stand in line waiting in some of those other counties. And so I'm open to any questions. I certainly appreciate your consideration and am here to offer more information if needed.
When someone comes, let's say they don't want to take another wait in line in Laramie County, the title of their vehicle and register it, I suppose. Albany County gets the sales tax. You guys
you do not get the sales tax. The sales tax is based on your home county of where you reside, but we keep all the registration fees here.
Gotcha. So we keep the registration.
Yeah.
Correct. As well as the title fee.
Right.
Which could be $15 or it could be $25 depending on if the transfer was from an out-of-state title to a Wyoming title.
Because they're buying the service in our offices.
That's correct.
Gotcha.
Any other questions?
If someone does that, they buy a County 5 plate, even though they're headed.
Sorry, I know you're fine.
It's not like you have a big giant stack of all 23.
No, we, if they choose to have an Albany County plate, we will give them one. But if they are a resident of Fremont County and maybe a student here, we will renew their Fremont County plate. You can register your vehicle in any of the 23 counties in Wyoming. The only requirement is you be a Wyoming resident. You don't have to be a resident of the county to have that plate.
Right, if I was a student, I wouldn't have to drive home to Gillette. I could walk in here and do that because this office offers the service.
Now, if it was one of the new plate years where we issued the new plates, then if you want to keep your county plate, you need to register in your home county. But otherwise, we're going to give them an Albany County plate.
You give them a 5 plate, even though their address and the registration is. How interesting.
Yeah. Which there's one clarity that I'd like to give is the reason why I'm not asking for an election clerk is because I'm hopeful that we may be able to find this individual to assist us. I have 3 staff that have volunteered to help with elections. Certainly that's above and beyond their primary responsibilities. When you think about all of the statutory responsibilities, whether it's land transactions or payroll or payables or issuing marriage licenses, it is very, very time consuming in terms of learning those processes. But I'm proud to say that the majority of my staff, with the exception of payroll and payables, are all cross-trained. And so allowing someone to work in elections, basically on an off-year elections, they transition out after all the election work has been completed and transition back into one of the primary responsibilities into the office. And so as you may be aware, you can see Stacy right now working in the front office of our office, helping issue Wyoming certificates of titles. She just was relieved from her job responsibility of processing the mail that comes in, and sometimes we all know Mondays and Fridays generally seem to be the biggest days that we receive mail, and it could be anywhere from 10 to 20 to 30 pieces of mail that has to be processed that day because we want to comply with our statutory requirements. And so just for your information, that's why, although the need will be to assist us in elections, I'm not asking for an election assistant clerk. I'm asking for a general assistant county clerk.
Any other questions, commissioners? I'd entertain a motion for 22.
I have one more question.
Okay.
Why make the distinction between, say, election clerks, and just your regular employees? Does that make sense? Like in terms of job title, could there be a funding reason or something like that, or is it?
Yes, for one reason, yes. In the salary schedule, in the metrics that Christina has prepared for the salary scale, yes, there's a defined election clerk component built into that, separate from the assistant clerk. Eventually, we will maybe transition out of that. We haven't had the opportunity to meet with Christina with some changes, not only in the step and grade, but also the titles of employees within the office as they appear today.
Because in the end, everybody has to do everything, whatever has to be done.
It does though require, I can tell you that elections does require a person that is responsible, because elections don't just occur every 2 years. We just, I think I alluded to this at one of your prior meetings, we just finished up with 7 special district elections in November. And so our election cycles really don't end, but going into redistricting and the challenges that will come with the timeline when the legislature approves the redistricting plan to our preparation of notification, setting polling places, and then starting filing in May. We don't have a big window of opportunity. And so we are already in the election phase for 2022.
Pretty tough.
I entertain a motion for 22.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the request to hire a new full-time assistant county clerk.
Second.
Moved and second. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Item 23, acknowledge receipt of resignation of Art Siegel from the Albany County Fire District #1 Board of Directors. I entertain a motion for that. As you know, Art served on that for some time. Feels like it was left in good hands and has done a lot for the fire district. Was able to go to his fire district meeting where he made that announcement and they had cake and stuff. And we'll miss Art. I will miss Art. Such a good partner in the community. So entertain that motion for item 23.
I move that we acknowledge receipt of Art Siegel's resignation from the Albany County Fire District Board of Directors.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, that motion carries. Item 24, acknowledge the appointment of Zach Giddings to the rural position of the Laramie Rivers Conservation District. Yes, that's something they hire and we just acknowledge. So if anybody with that, take motion for 24.
I move to approve item number 24.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
One question.
Sure.
I think that the Laramie Rivers Conservation District is an elected position. So when it's time to make, to fill a vacancy because of a resignation, how did that come to be? Or do we make the appointment?
Actually, the Wyoming Department of Agriculture, pardon me, let me step back. This is not a resignation. This is a vacancy due to the death of a prior director, Orville Johnson.
Right. Yep.
And because of that, then the Laramie Rivers Conservation District submitted names for consideration by the Wyoming Department of Agriculture, and they are the ones that approved the appointment. And this individual will fill the position until the the November 2022 election. And so he is filling the vacancy that was vacant due to the death.
Thank you for that.
So I believe we have a motion. Second. Any further discussion? Are you seeing that all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 24A. Discuss the scoring rubric for ARPA funding and opportunities for nonprofits that had not previously heard about the funding. So I put this on the agenda, and I just don't want to beat this one up too much, but just to have an idea for you guys. I have gone out looking for rubrics or to be less, be more dispassionate about funding mechanisms, both for the county and for the social services agencies. That doesn't, neither here nor there. You can do whatever you want. That is up to you. But I also wanted to keep the options open for people. Maybe you had heard, I had heard from at least one, maybe two, if I remember correctly, who didn't know about the funding opportunity, familiar with their service, and they do provide a real service that I think fits within ARPA. So my hope was that we would keep the window open, and when it's spent, it's spent, but until that date, people could still apply. That's just the whole sum of my conversation with you guys. And my approach to it is to go through the requests and figure out what I think are my priorities. And for instance, if something is a half a priority, right? If somebody is asking for $400,000 for something, and I feel like I can't go to 400,000, but I might be able to go to 150,000. I'm going to put that down on a spreadsheet somewhere. And the reason that I'm thinking that way, however you guys want to do it, I'm just saying going forward to make this more efficient for us. We'll have a work session next Monday with the county. Once we should have enough information to start that process so that when we go to awarding these things, whatever that date is, we can go through it quickly and have a conversation, having looked at it previously. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I have a few things. I met with Evelyn United Way just to have some kind of guidance too. I was struggling, like, how do I even go about, deciding what's best? In our discussion, we came up with, definitely setting priorities and maybe even setting focus areas of where we want to put our immediate attention to. And for me, for instance, physical and mental health is one of the priorities. And so that we would include all of the entities that applied, not necessarily giving them their full request, but that would be somewhere to start. And just deciding how can we divide it so that we can maybe fit or try to address most of these requests, whether or not they actually got the funding. So then collaboration, one of the bigger projects is a building that could possibly house everything that Interfaith Good Samaritan wanted, community connection center, my front door. This would be a learning center, a resource center, and even housing and all. And so I looked at it more that way of collaboration, and then also number one, urgency. There are a few entities right now that really need the money now. I think some urgencies would be doing the premium pay as soon as possible that we can. Some of the supplies, for instance, I think it's Cody's Closet. All these do play in some ways to physical and mental health, but I think they can be also separate for immediate relief. And then food. I think Tim's with the soup kitchen is something that needs to be addressed sooner than later, as he has pointed out. And then Evelyn pointed out to me that the assessment that they are underway got funded a year ago. And that is up. It ends March 22, and they will run out of funds and need to be able to progress with this. So those are some priorities that I would like to see actually made some decisions on sooner than later. And if it can even be, early January or something for some of these. But otherwise, I think we need to identify maybe 2 or 3 areas that we're going to focus on.
Okay, awesome. Heber, any thoughts about how you're going about it?
The two of you articulated a lot of my thoughts, and maybe better than I could. So I agree with what you're saying, both of you. And then the challenge becomes, how do we make it easy? Because I do think that we're going to have to prioritize, and so then the question is how. And you said urgency. That could be one of them. I mean, if you have 5 different things, it's too many, right? You probably only have 3, right? So it's like, who is served? Because to me, acute human need is the most important thing. So sort of the basic purpose, the urgency and I guess consideration of the total request versus our, because eventually the numbers have to work out. So I guess my question is, will we have the information at the work session, and we could, or should we, because to me those, like if I'm going to make 3 categories that I'm going to use to score, it's going to be sort of like priority and then urgency, and then, you know, how much, you know, quantity, right?
Heber, if I could interject, there's something I did leave out as far as our conversation. Evelyn asked if we could actually come up with, you know, 3 areas of focus, however we decide to do it, so that she could in turn direct, give some direction to the nonprofits and see if they can sort of streamline their requests to say, oh, well, you know, if Interfaith is going to do this, and that sort of fits some of our requests.
To get some of to get them to streamline
correct,
their requests.
Correct. She
so
wants to have some focus or direction from us.
I would never. That's the thing that's so scary about it is I don't want to be like from that far of a distance, kind of trying to manage or decide what an organization's priorities ought to be.
Right, right. And she knows the work.
Given the limitations of the funding, right? Yeah. So, it seems like the presentations that we've had, some of them were prioritized. Like they start with the most important thing and they go down and, you know, so, but some of them are mixed, right? Or they don't stay with the priority as far as their internal notions of what's most important to them, right? So, but it would be very good to come on Monday with the right information armed so that we can be super productive, because there's so much information to get through.
Yeah, I suspect that we got some information, some areas of focus to Bailey, and it'll be county on Monday first. And so I suspect, I almost think we should just say it's county, because I don't want to waste anybody else's time, and there's a lot of questions to ask. Mm-hmm. Our focus in the county, and send those to Bailey, and then maybe she can be helpful to those programs or agencies or selected. Say, hey, these are the things they're looking within. If it's infrastructure, if it's COVID-19, or if it's public health or premium pay or whatever, that way we can start to narrow it for people and for ourselves, quite honestly. Bailey, your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, any direction is helpful. My biggest frustration is department heads, nonprofits are reaching out to me. What do the commissioners want? I don't know. I don't know what you guys want. I don't know what you're thinking. I think that's a great place to start. Absolutely. If you guys kind of give me what your priorities are, I mean, that's huge. I mean, if you guys are thinking that infrastructure is not a priority, that cuts a few things off this list. If you're thinking, okay, public health is, but maybe not to the extent of what we've had requested, I mean, that would knock even more off this list. I think any direction at this point would be helpful. If department heads is what you want to meet with on Monday, I can let Evelyn know that we're not going to be talking nonprofits, but they still may attend, because I've had some people think that we've had discussions behind closed doors, which we haven't. But I can certainly send an email out to Evelyn and the nonprofits and let them know that it's strictly department heads.
Yeah, and I think I would like to do that, because I just don't want to waste people's time, and I want to be cognizant of people's time as county employees, but also as social service agencies. So the next one will be social services agencies, and maybe we'll have a better idea.
Yeah, but are we ready? Like, and I didn't know today we would be doing this, but are we ready to actually give some direction to Evelyn so that she can go back to these nonprofits who are constantly asking what do they want? Are they going to consider this and that? She needs some kind of direction to bring it together for us as well, that facilitates our decision making too. So do we want to present sort of 3 focus areas to?
Well, how about we send it to Bailey, and if they line up, great, and if they don't, then Bailey can give us, hey, you all have 3 different focus areas. We have 9 focus areas, but at least we have 9. right, instead of $1 million. What are your thoughts? So you want to hammer it out today?
No, I don't necessarily want to hammer out today, but I think, as Bailey has expressed, and I know Evelyn did yesterday, or the other day with me, that they need a lot more narrowing from us, what we're looking for, what we want.
Well, and I think one of the things Evelyn and I had hoped you guys would do at the last work session is kind of maybe cut a few of the nonprofits out so we weren't wasting their time. Because if there's some that you just really aren't interested in, or you're like, this is a good project, but not for this funding, let's cut them out and, quit wasting their time, getting their hopes up. That's kind of, I think, one of the biggest things now is, okay, you guys don't necessarily know exactly what direction you guys want to go at this point, but are there things, yeah, for sure, this one's just not going to work this time. Maybe, we start there with the nonprofits. You guys have already kind of done that with the department heads. And maybe with the nonprofits, that's what we need to start with, at least there. And then you guys can move forward. Okay, well, this is the direction we were thinking we actually would like to go. We want to go more with the public health or more with the infrastructure. And some of the requests from the nonprofits do seem to be a little repetitive. And I know Evelyn and I have talked before that, this is a lot of money, and we would like to see some really great things come out of it. And I'm personally so sick of funding PPE supplies. This money is, yeah, you can fund PPE, but you can also do more with it. And that's what I would definitely like to see. I don't know what you guys would like to see. But I think it's just kind of, it's a lot of money. It's little direction, not necessarily from you, but from the federal government as well. So it's an unknown, and it's hard. But any direction you guys.
We've never had to try this hard because we've never gotten funding with as many applications, as broad of usability of it. Like, it just doesn't even, we don't even know how to sort through it.
Could we, yeah, Tracy, please.
I just have, not to help you make your decision, maybe. So I have a gal in my office that I asked her one day, like, hey, I need a way to evaluate my employees. So she took the job description, broke it down, ranked. I made it where I can rank the importance of those job descriptions and then score them. Sounds kind of the same thing. Where you guys can maybe I can ask her to look at that, see if she can come up with something to help you just organize your own individual thoughts and then mush it together to help Bailey. Because she is a data analysis.
Ranked scoring.
She's amazing.
What a novel concept.
Yeah. If you would want to throw her, that'd be great, but I'd take anything, right? I've reached out to a couple entities that do rubric, and because I felt overwhelmed. And so if we could come up with, by Friday, do you think you guys could come up with areas of emphasis or whatever for the county? And if you can throw in the social services agencies to Bailey, that would be great also. And then maybe Bailey, you could send us out the spreadsheet as it exists with the county on one tab and the social service agencies on another tab. And then we can start working through that. That would help me out.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I request that you guys have it to me by noon on Friday?
By noon on Friday?
Yeah, and then I can pull it all together, get it sent back out to you guys before I leave for the day Friday. Sure. And then we start 9 a.m. Monday morning.
Yep.
Okay. So here's something for you. As Bailey had said, if there were things that we know right offhand, we would eliminate. Evelyn told me if we cannot fund Cyber Wyoming Alliance, which is looking at creating stability in nonprofits, giving them education, preparedness, or in case something like this would happen. She could find funds through United Way to do that. So that might be somebody we could take off the list.
That is one other thing that we, because the ability to get funds from other places could be a real reason to bow out of this one, right?
Yeah, and I think we really need to bring Trey Sherwood into the conversation because she doesn't need it. She has ideas of where funding can be found, other places that would maybe answer some of these and alleviate the demand on, while it's a lot of money, it's also limited money. Yeah. So I think we should actually be bringing her into the conversation early in the day.
Yeah. Okay. So by Friday at noon, areas of emphasis, and they might be different for the county than the social services agencies. I totally think that that's probably how it's going to shake out for me. And then
Right, a completely different prioritization.
Yeah, and then we'll get that to Bailey. She'll have some way to collate it and get it to people for our Monday work session. And then maybe we also can, if we have that stuff to you for the social services agencies, you can get it out to Evelyn. And then that gives them some lead time to say, hey, you didn't put in, if you put in for salaries or whatever, you want to adjust your thing, and let's get going. These are the areas of emphasis.
Okay. Since Monday will be specifically department heads, do we want to set another work session for the nonprofits right now or soon, or just kind of wait until after the first of the year, or any thoughts?
Well, I'd like to set it before the end of the year. What do you guys think? Do Mondays work for you guys? Like there's a Monday the 20th, which is far enough after Christmas that maybe people wouldn't be gone.
Works for me.
Yeah, I could do Monday the 20th.
Let's set Monday the 20th.
From 9 to noon?
So, or what works for you? I know.
I think that's probably fine. Christmas
Okay.
week is, state employees tend to just leave during holiday season, so I don't really have too many people to contact.
Do we need to make a motion to set a work session? So if you guys would, something to think of.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we set a work session for Monday, December 20, 2021 at 9 a.m. to discuss ARPA funds. Yeah, for nonprofits.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing that all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye, all those opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Thank you, Bailey. Thanks for hanging in there with us and for getting us pointed in the right direction. Appreciate it. Item 25, approved vouchers for November 2021. I entertain a motion.
I move that we approve vouchers for November 2021.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing that all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 26, executive session. Would you want to recess to get lunch, or would you like to just hammer through executive session?
How long is it?
I would like to just go ahead.
The legal part of it is short. The other part of it is Jackie and Sheriff, and I'm not sure about election security.
I would like to just move ahead.
How about you guys? Are you all right with that? I didn't want to get in the way.
Can we take a bathroom break?
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure. Let's come back here in about 10 minutes, whatever, 15 minutes.
You know, I could just make the motion and that could be the transition.
Sure. Let's do that.
I move that we exit regular session and move into executive session pursuant to Wyoming statute 164405 A3 and A12.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing that all those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, all opposed, same sign. That motion carries. We leave regular session, enter into executive session at 12:53.
I didn't know there were 12.
Corey.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we exit executive session and return to regular session.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. That motion carries. Leaving executive session, entering regular session at 1:53. 29, action if needed regarding executive session, no action is required. Item 30, seeing no more business before the Board of County Commissioners on December 7th, 2021. I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you all for attending and have a great afternoon. Thanks so much, guys.